Good morning, honorable members. I take this opportunity to greet you this morning and welcome you to the Portfolio Committee on International Relations and Cooperation. We welcome the staff from the Portfolio Committee and we thank them in advance for ensuring that the transmission of this Portfolio Committee goes on smoothly. We welcome you, Minister Lamola, today, and we are very happy that we have lived up to the promise made that you will, as and when available, be part of our meeting. So we greatly appreciate your presence very much, Minister. We also welcome the staff from your office, whoever is accompanying you. They are welcome to this particular meeting. Honorable members, we have the agenda here. It's opening, adoption of the agenda, apologies, the welcome remarks, briefing by the South African missions in the Middle East on the impact of structured bilateral mechanisms in the area. 5.1, presentation by Ambassador Lali, acting DDG, on Asia and the Middle East. Item 5.2, His Excellency Mr. Ali Suleiman, Ambassador to the Republic of Syria, also accredited to Beirut and Lebanon, followed by 5.3, His Excellency Ms. T. Mukwena, Ambassador to the Kingdom of Jordan, also accredited to Iraq. 5.4, His Excellency M.D. Magabe, Ambassador to the Kingdom of Saudi, also accredited to the Republic of Yemen, Kingdom of Bahrain, and the Sultanate of Oman. His Excellency Asmal, Ambassador to the State of Qatar, Ms. B.I. Mpungose, the Affair State of Kuwait, and J.H. Oberholzer, who is the Affair to the United Arab Emirates. Item 6, it will be discussions. Can you scroll up, please? Item 6 is discussions. Item 7 is way forward. Then item 8 should be closure. Discussions and way forward and closure. That's our agenda for today, honorable members. Do we have a mover for adoption of the agenda?
Thank you, Chair. I move to adopt the agenda.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kumbacha moves for the adoption of the agenda. Do we have a seconder?
Yeah, morning, sir and honorable members, honorable chair and honorable members, and greetings to the minister. I stand to second the adoption of the agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Muela, for the adoption of for seconding the adoption of the agenda for today. Our next item, honorable members, is apologies. Lubabalo.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to you, Chair. Good morning to the Minister. Good morning to the honorable members. Chairperson, we have 3 apologies. The first one is from Deputy Minister Potters. He's supporting the Deputy President who has a visit from the Prime Minister of Finland, Mr. Oppo. And the second apology is from Ambassador Bilateral, who's ambassador to Ramallah, Palestine. And the second apology is from Ambassador Moloi, who's ambassador to Tehran. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Luabalo, for those apologies. I'm sure they are noted. Minister, we really want to take this opportunity to, and we have issued a statement through our chairperson in that regard to thank you, applaud you, and commend you for a very historic, successful hosting of the G20 on behalf of the African continent. It was very successful over a period of about 14 months, because you had to start working towards the end of the chairpersonship of Brazil. You had to start working with them and then presiding over the handover from Brazil to South Africa. So your office, working together with the office of President Ramaphosa, we really commend you, and you have made not only South Africa proud, but the African continent proud. So we salute you for how all the logistics, particularly at the G20 itself, went by. We commend you for ensuring that preparations of all the task teams from the start of the handover process from Brazil to us went very, very well. And our shepherd, the DG, led very well in as far as the administration in that regard is concerned. All the ambassadors who played a role in ensuring that the countries where they are domiciled on behalf of South Africa, they also cooperate and making sure that they are here to support the cause of Africa in general and the cause of South Africa in particular. We are quite impressed by the smoothness and the foresightedness which informed the declaration, which was adopted almost the G20 being 30% into session. It was adopted and there were no qualms. We only saw Argentina when formal presentation and tabling was done, not rejecting the declaration per se, but basically saying they've got some issues that they wanted the G20 member states to note, and those were noted. We are happy with how you steadfastly ensured that you closed down the noise from the trumpeting trumpets of the United States of America, and we focus the work at hand, made sure that our communication is consistent on South Africa being a sovereign state on its own, and South Africa not going to be towed into a line that goes into multilateralism. We are happy that you maintained that line. We are also very happy that you thwarted a threat towards South Africa, which was coming from the same trumpeting trumpets of the United States of America, which sought to send a message globally that said that should South Africa preside as chair over the processing and adoption of the declaration, there will be consequences in that regard. We are happy that you are a very good reciprocant, because when the U.S. decided to adopt a low-level approach in as far as the delegation is concerned to receive what is due to them as the next chair, you reciprocated very well. So you did nothing untoward. You were simply meeting the standards. So when you are asked, why did you adopt the approach? You are simply meeting the standards. And I like the expression you made when you said, what we do in the G20 in the meetings, those who are present are marked present, and those who are absent, we just mark them absent, and we proceed with the proceedings of the G20. That was very, very assertive leadership. It was not arrogant. It was insightful. It was providing leadership. So we commend you for that. Matters of the African continent have now been put for the first time at the center, at a more acute level, at the center of the G20. The Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement is the tool around which the G20 is going to work with the African continent, working together with the African Union. And now, because we are now part of the Troika, which is us as South Africa, the handover to the US and then the UK. So we are still going to be part of the process going forward. And it goes without saying that South Africa has got very good diplomatic relations with the UK. Therefore, the nice squeezing at a diplomatic level of this trumpets from the US is going to be dealt with very, very appropriately. So we are quite content and happy about that. So we commend you. In your remarks, you may want to reflect on that particular matter. The other matter that you may want to reflect on in your remarks, Honorable Minister, pertains to a matter which goes to against the Constitution of the Republic, possibly. That matter is about South Africans who, for whatever circumstances that are going to be investigated, will get the report. And we've issued a statement in that regard. South Africans who find themselves stranded, frustrated in Russia for reasons which the investigations, I hope, will reveal to us. We are urging you, Minister, to urge and plead with those departments responsible for the enforcement of law at a global level to speed up the process but not compromise the quality of the work which is supposed to be done in that regard. Also, it will be important if the minister can also update us on more or less the same but not identical. It's the same but not identical. South Africans who find themselves fighting side by side with the Israeli Defense Force and unleashing and annihilating the people of Palestine. So Minister may want to deal with those particular matters. Just to also bring to your attention, Minister and Your Excellencies, just remember that this portfolio committee has, among other things, adopted an approach of deepening, accelerating, and beginning our oversight model on the executive. And there are two variables which we have taken into account to have arrived at this important decision. The first variable is that there is serious resource constraints within Parliament, and Parliament will not be able at all material times to avail to the portfolio committee resources enough for it to execute its approach in as far as oversight on the executive is concerned. The second reason is that we have over 114 missions of South Africa overseas and outside the country and overseas. And therefore, it is humanly impossible to go physically to those particular missions to do oversight, to follow up on the congratulatory work that you do, to go and see for ourselves the good work that you do, but also to go and see some of the difficulties that you may be facing and also be able to raise sharply some of the things that may not be going right. Like recently when we went to Belgium, when we then proceeded to go to Netherlands, the state in which the mission in Netherlands is in, Minister, is deplorable. But before we left there, Ambassador Madonsela did bring to our attention to the fact that a letter has been received from DERCO, and DERCO is migrating them out of that asbestos dangerous building because it's going to be renovated. So we applaud those interventions that you are making. So we have adopted this virtual approach of oversight, which we are doing here today. We have done it before. We've embarked on the Southeast Asia, the Southern Africa. Now we are dealing with the Middle East. We went physically to the EU, and next year, the first part of our oversight, we intend going to the Middle East and next year. Also, in the second part of the year, we intend going to the Americas. So that's like the program next year, slightly. And we want to also thank you, Minister, because DERCO is supporting us in this approach. Going the regional route on oversight physically was our first pilot project, and it was excellent. It went very, very well. The staff that was sent from your office that accompanied us to the EU, they were excellent. The ambassadors that came there were excellent. However, there is an ambassador that you will have to attend to, because we wrote a letter to you about that our ambassador who is in Germany. It's not for the first time that the ambassador has not only undermined the committee, but he treats the committee with disrespect. We went there 3 years ago. He simply decided to get into a plane and go home, despite having known that we are coming to do oversight in Germany. We went now to the EU. He knew that we are coming. Instead of him using that opportunity to come and say, I apologize for what may have happened, and explained himself what happened 3 years ago, he then decided to stay away from the oversight. So if you can attend to that ambassador and give us feedback, it will be very, very useful. Our committee doesn't take up fights unnecessarily. I'm sure you have realized that, Minister. We don't look for fights with the department, because we know that all we are pursuing, you on the executive side, we on the legislative side, is to build a united, democratic, non-racial, non-sexist, and prosperous society. Is to make sure that what the taxpayer pays for our work as DERCO, they can see both tangible and intangible value. Because part of the work we do in international relations is intangible value. Sometimes the value that people get to see in the work that you do yourself in international relations may take a number of years for it to register in the minds of the people, and for the intangible to become tangible. So it's important for you to impress upon all and sundry ambassadors who are elsewhere representing us to really make sure that they cooperate with us, and if they are unable to make it, because we know we are living with human beings, they can just indicate the reasons why they are unable to make it, write a report, and send the report in writing. We are not a difficult committee. But once more, I thank you very much, and I'm sure you are aware, Minister, that there is a parliamentary, I think it's a SADC forum taking place in Durban. It's part of taking this work of us working with the African continent and Southern African development countries very well. Honorable members, before we get into the other substantive matters of today, there was a request from the department that some of the reports that are going to be presented here today may require some confidentiality between ourselves and the Department of International Relations and Cooperation. So there is a request from the department that we do not open up either all the aspects of today's meeting or the meeting itself to the media. And for us to do that, we will have to do this in context of Rule 184, subsection 3, which says that the meeting may be closed. If the committee decides to close a meeting, the committee must record the reasons in its minutes, and the reasons may be made public later if the committee resolves to do so. So this is the reason why I'm saying there was this request, which I had said to the department that it's not for the first time and the last time. It happens from time to time. it does happen. When the meeting is done, we can, as the committee, sift what we think is sensitive and may compromise the Republic and its standing. We can sift it out later and make the proceedings of the meeting public, because we serve the public, but the public knows that we work within constrained environments from time to time, but those constrained environments are regulated by the Constitution. So I'm going to open up this matter for discussion by members and decision. That hand looks like the hand of Honorable Ngobile.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, colleagues and staff members that are here. Chair, perhaps we should be told which parts of the report, because you said there are some parts of the report that they would like us to have them in committee, or if it's the entire report, then we're able to then perhaps make a determination and support that proposal once we know exactly which part, or if it's everything.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngobile. Before I come to you, Honorable Wesley, I think we should do what Honorable Ngobile is asking for. DG, are you able to indicate which parts, or will it be difficult for you to separate?
Good morning, Chair. I think it'll be difficult to separate. The issue that we were also concerned about is, just the details, if it was required, on what is happening with the South Africans that were that are in Ukraine at the moment. But that the minister will do in his opening remarks, I see from your opening remarks, so we don't have to have a separate discussion on that. But that was also one of the issues that we were concerned about, because this is under investigation and we don't want to get too much details out at this stage. But I think the overall report from from a very tenuous, from a region that is has got some security concerns, but it's up to the committee to decide on that.
Thank you very much, DG. Yes, the administrator of the committee did indicate to me 2 days ago that there are some matters which we may not at this stage, which relate to Iran, which we may not want to get into at a public level. So, honorable members, those are the two aspects so far which DG says it may be a bit difficult to separate them, because remember, the presentations are going to be done, then members are going to come later to debate. So if there's no difficulty, we can proceed with our meeting and thereafter agree on what must be left out. Then we do our statement and issue it publicly. Honorable Douglas?
No, Mr. Chair, I just want to second the motion that you just made. I think it's better if we continue on with the meeting and that we second the proposal around it being a closed meeting, but then we must sift out what is sensitive and then post for public consumption that which isn't sensitive afterwards. Thank you.
Okay, honorable members. Honorable Mwela?
Thank you, Chair. And greetings once again to the Minister and the platform and the DG and honorable members. Yeah, I think, Chair, as we have alluded, if there are issues that they think are very sensitive that we should not take to the public on a specific matters, I think I should support the move that when we arrive to that particular matters, if we can separate them, we then move with the proposal that we can have a closed session for those specific issues, so that we are able to protect the sensitivity that might have a negative or whatever impact to the nation. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, honorable members. The rule also says the reasons may be made public later if the committee resolves to do so. It doesn't give the timelines. So I think in that context, what we will do at a time when we think those two matters not concurrently have been dealt with enough, we can then make the reasons public, I suppose. For instance, if the matters relating to the investigation of South Africans who are trapped in Russia gets to be dealt with before the Iran matters are dealt with, we can, as the committee, after getting the report, then make the reasons public, and vice versa. If the Iran ones are dealt with before the Russia ones are dealt with, including the ones of Israel, where some South Africans are in the defense force of Israel, we can make them public. That's how it is, Minister. So I'm now going to hand over to you to lay the foundation for today's engagement. Minister Lamola, over to you, and you are welcome once more.
Chair,
Yes, was
we're
I
not
audible?
hearing the minister. I'm not sure if it's my device or.
Yeah,
I think I was.
no,
I
you were
think
muted,
I was
Minister.
muted. I thought.
Yes.
I thought I have pressed. My apology.
Over to you, Minister.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson, for this opportunity to be here. Honorable Chairperson, Mr. Supra Mahumapilo, the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on International Relations and Cooperation, all the distinguished members of the Portfolio Committee, Your Excellencies, our heads of missions, all of them in the Middle East, the Director General of the department, and all the officials, including the DDG responsible for this, Ambassador Lali, and all the officials who are here, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great honor for me to be here this morning, Chairperson, as part of our accounting mechanism. I will just start, Chairperson, by affirming all the issues that you have said with regards to the G20. It's a reflection of what I will have said. I will only add, Chairperson, to also thank the Portfolio Committee for your continuous oversight and guidance on this whole process of the G20. You will remember that you have invited us several times to present before this Portfolio Committee our preparedness, the task force, and all part of the G20. And you have walked us this route, as you said, the 14 months from the handover. We are now have passed the stage of the summit having being held on the African soil. And as the Chairperson has said, indeed, the summit has carried forward important issues of global significance, including shining a very clear spotlight on the issues affecting the African continent related to climate change, the critical minerals framework, very important for the Global South, value addition and source of that critical minerals, issues of artificial intelligence, issues related to peace and security in the Ukraine, in the Middle East, in particular Gaza and the West Bank, the issues related to Sudan and the DRC, anchored by the UN Charter. And we also want to use this opportunity, Chairperson, to continuously also thank the people of South Africa. All the 130 meetings happened incident-free. The warmth and the spirit of Ubuntu embraced all the visitors who were on our shores. we believe this has done our country a great deal of goodwill across the globe. As you will have seen from some of the reviews from the leaders who were here. So for that, we say thank you to all the people of South Africa. With regards to the matter, chairperson, that you have raised of South Africans who are trapped in the battlefront in Ukraine and Russia, the department is seized with this matter since we were made aware of the matter. And we've had interactions with both embassies of Ukraine and Russia. I must mention, Chair, that it is a delicate, sensitive, and difficult matter because these South Africans are now in the front line, and there is no formal agreement between us and Russia for them to be there, which obviously creates difficulties with regards to the relevant authorities to deal with. But we believe that it is important that we continue to engage with all the stakeholders, in particular in Russia, to work with us to assist these South Africans to be able to come back home. I won't be able to dwell much, as the DG has said, on the sensitivities of the discussions, except to say that to give this high-level brief, Chairperson, that we are seized with the matter and we are doing our best to engage with the relevant authorities on this matter to find a long-lasting solution. The other aspect that relates to the SAPS and how the South Africans ended up in Russia, we believe that the police are better suitable to handle it in terms of the investigation, which we welcome, and we believe it's important that it must be investigated. There must be a conclusion. The law must take its course. The police must get into the bottom of the matter, how the South Africans ended up in this battlefield front zone. Share with regards to the ones that you have also stated in the fighting in the Israel mission. It's also a matter that the police and the NPA have to attend to as and when the evidence becomes available of who are the South Africans who are participating, who are in that battlefront, and who are involved, because this is also against our law. And as DERCO, we stand very firm that the law also there must take its course. Whoever is involved, the law must take its course, because this is against the South African law with regards to military assistance and mercenaries and all that. So it must be a matter attended to by the authorities. But we encourage South Africans who have got all the information to ensure that it's provided to the police. The coming to today's business, Chairperson, the Portfolio Committee has requested a virtual briefing by our missions in the Middle East on the impact of our structured bilateral mechanisms in the region. DERCO has structured our presentation to commence with the branch Asia and the Middle East, providing an overview presentation on our structured bilateral mechanisms. And following this presentation, the ambassadors and charge affairs and interim who are serving in the region will brief the committee on their experiences in leveraging our structured bilateral mechanism to ensure enhanced impact in the context of further strengthening and expanding bilateral relations with the countries of accreditation and consents. Honorable Chairperson, the departmental strategic plan informs our annual performance plan, where annual and quarterly targets are again set in terms of the branch annual operation plans. These targets castigate into and informs the various annual performances plans of our missions in the Middle East region. under the Foreign Services Act, DERCO is ultimately responsible for the pursuit and promotion of national interests through the application of foreign policy outside the borders of the Republic. International engagements, particularly with countries that promote an aggressive, narrow self-interest, requires that considered attention be paid to a whole of government to achieve its objectives, which is achieved through the coordination of the SBMS. The MTBP continue to support the NDP goals and builds on the statements of intent of the Government of National Unity, from which we draw the outcomes to be prioritized for the 7th administration. The APEX focus on advancing economic diplomacy goals cuts across all strategic priorities and priorities interventions to direct planning and resources. The plan will primarily respond to addressing the economic and socio-economic challenges that the country faces. And this is the root cause also of our diversification strategy as a country, to look into middle-income countries which are open to trade with us now, given the unilateral trade challenges that the world is facing. It is against that background that our president visited Southeast Asia, and he will also undertake other trade missions and engagements into the Middle East and Latin America, and also some parts of Asia. Also, myself and our cabinet colleagues, we will do the same, so that we are able to trade with all the emerging economies in these areas that are prepared to work on a diversification strategy. It will also enable our country to be able to be anchored on the Africa Free Trade Area, which is the main piece of our trade missions in the continent. And as the chair said in his opening, that it has also now find new resonance with it being the center of global trade engagements in the platform of the G20. The chairperson will also be pleased that most of the issues that were engaged through the G20 were carried forward to the AU-EU summit that ended yesterday in Angola, which was also a great success. The issues that came out of our G20, particularly the issue of critical minerals, are now being carried forward by the heads of states of the African continent in their speeches, and also the heads of states of the AU. All of them mostly referred to this issue of value addition at source. We believe this has now found resonance. The issues related to the youthful population of the continent being utilized for this, and including the artificial intelligence also being utilized to enable innovation and research. Coming back to the briefing today, your chairperson, the department embraces relevant national priorities by strengthening bilateral cooperation with individual countries, particularly through focusing on increasing exports of South African goods and services, foreign direct investment with technology, transfer into value-added industries and mineral beneficiations, and inbound tourism and skills enhancement. Chair, I will stop here with your indulgence and advise, depending on the indulgence and the guidance of the chair, that we now allow the Director General of the department, Mr. Dango, to then take through the committee on the various issues. That was my brief opening remark, Chairperson, and as the chair will have been aware, I will request to be excused at 10 for another engagement. Thank you very much, Chairperson, for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Thank you very much. No problem. You will be released at that time. We know that there are visitors that have also come here today. That's why also we don't have Honorable Botes here. Proceed, DG.
Hi, good morning again, Chair. Good morning, Minister. Good morning, honorable members. The presentation will be led by the acting DDG for the branch, Ambassador Lally. He'll be supported by two members of her team, whom she will introduce at that time. So over to you, Ambassador Lally.
Thank you very, very much, DG. Honorable Chair, Honorable Mahumapelo, honorable members of our esteemed Portfolio Committee, Minister, DG, and colleagues, I'd like to greet you this morning and take you through an overview of how we will present our substance to the committee. We are at agenda item 5, and the way we intend to carry it out is from head office's side. I will give an overview, and then the head of the business unit, the Chief Directorate Middle East, Madam Nelia Barnard, who wears 2 hats, one as Director for the Gulf and as Chief Director for the business unit, will present on her side, and Madam Shannon Ibrahim, who is the Director for the Levant, will also present on her side. We'll take you through the technical description of what structured bilateral mechanisms, short for SBMs, are. We'll give you a summary of the ones we have in this region. We'll take you through the annual targets we had set. And if you could start by just indicating the area we are covering. In the Gulf, it is the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the Sultanate of Oman, the Kingdom of Bahrain, the Republic of Yemen, the Islamic Republic of Iran, the State of Kuwait, the State of Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates. And the Levant covers the State of Palestine, the State of Israel, the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, the Republic of Iraq, the Lebanese Republic, the Syrian Arab Republic. We'll also cover the challenges that we face in the region and also outline the opportunities. We'll also take you through the trade stats that we have for the years 2024 to 2025, and we'll also give you an indication of exports and imports. If we can just go through this region, as you can make out in the map, this region is a broad geographical region consisting of more than 240 million people. And as we take you through this presentation, honorable members, we would really like to draw a picture for you of a very, very complex region, which occupies a geostrategic location at the crossroads of Europe, Asia, and Africa. And as can be seen, this confluence is of serious strategic importance to global air, land, and sea links, major international maritime routes for international commerce and trade. We know what happens at the choke points that this region covers. The region is important as a global source of energy and critical to energy security. It's an innovative source of economic and technological progress. Our foreign policy is embedded in a strong history of international solidarity with the nations of the world, particularly people-to-people solidarity. South Africa's approach towards the Middle East, being one of the most diverse and complex regions globally, cannot be classified as a singularity. It comprises a various set of approaches that reflect ideological, political, historical, and economic interests, and has to maintain a balance among several priorities reflecting our country's national interests and values. Our interests in the Middle East are framed within an era of strategic realignment within the region, as well as in the context of current geopolitical developments. The Middle East region epitomizes emerging changes, which include emerging opportunities as well as threats. And another context which has to be borne in mind is that it is the staging ground for global political contestation, which we see unfolding. An important point to note about structured bilateral mechanisms and engagements is that the implementation of the sectoral agreements and outcomes resort within the mandate of the responsible line function departments. I really would like to underscore this, because while DIRCO leads, while DIRCO facilitates and really sets out the framework, but specific department-to-department agreements are within the purview of those departments, and they are the ones who are responsible for the achievement of the outcomes that have been committed to. So what are SBMs? They are formal, multi-sectoral, intergovernmental interactions that are established in terms of memoranda of understanding between South Africa and other countries. And these are chaired at levels ranging from the president, deputy president, the minister of DIRCO, the deputy ministers of DIRCO, the director general of DIRCO, and some at the level of deputy director general. And in the Middle East region, there are no mechanisms, we need to point out, that are chaired by the president and deputy president, as these are binational commissions and are largely with countries on the continent. And in the case of Asia, the deputy president chairs the BNC with China. So the SBMs within our regions are generally at the level of the minister, deputy minister, DG, and DDGs. In Iran, Saudi Arabia, Oman, the UAE, Kuwait, and Qatar, these are chaired at the level of the DIRCO minister. And they can be called joint commissions, political consultations, and at the level of the DG and DDGs, these are usually called senior officials meetings or foreign office consultations. I would like to point out that over the past 2 years, due to severe budgetary constraints, our CFO encouraged that the interactions at senior officials level be done largely virtually, which is less than ideal, because the execution of foreign policy, like life, is a contact sport, and you do not get the best value out of doing some of these virtually. And it's also about building relationships. People trust people that they know, have seen, and have interacted with in person. So when one does this virtually, it really is less than ideal. However, the prevailing circumstances warrant that we take that approach. And most of the MOUs and agreements establishing these mechanisms also provide that the minister can delegate chairing those to a deputy minister once mutually agreed with the other party. For example, the UAE, Kuwait, and Qatar embassies have proposed that the SBMs be chaired for the financial year 2025 to 2026 at the level of a deputy minister. And the minister has formally delegated this chairship to Deputy Minister Muraga. With that, Honorable Chair, honorable members, I hand over to Madam Barnard.
Thank you, Ambassador Lally. Good morning to the chairperson, His Excellency Minister Lamola, the distinguished members of the committee, the Director General, Ambassador Lally, and the colleagues. We have prepared a summary matrix, which is on the screen. First of all, with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we have a joint economic committee, which is based on an agreement that dates back to 1999. Most of these mechanisms will be created in terms of what we call a constituting agreement. Now, the agreement that informed it was on economic trade, investment, technical cooperation. We had the last sessions very recently on 11 September, when Minister Tal visited. The key outcomes had to do with the identification of new areas of cooperation and trade and investment, energy, industry, mineral resources, infrastructure, agriculture, logistics, technology, education, culture, social, political, security, and legal. And then it was complemented by the business sector, which also met the South Africa Saudi Business Council, and then, of course, promoting investment both ways through Invest SA and Invest Saudi. Now, these mechanisms meet biannually. The next one would be in 2027, and it is co-chaired by the Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition, together with the Saudi Minister of Industry. It has two senior official mechanisms, clusters as we call them. The one is for economic affairs, co-chaired by the DDG at Trade and Industry, dealing with the economic cluster departments. And the other cluster is political, security and social matters, which is co-chaired by Ambassador Lally, the DIRCO DDG. Then subsequent to this, in 2016, a MOU was also signed on bilateral political consultations, which is a foreign ministry to foreign ministry mechanism. The last session was held in 21. The outcomes is a discussion on the spectrum of bilateral political issues. We usually classify it as sharing pertinent domestic issues, regional and global issues of mutual interest and concern. Now, the next session has been several times proposed by the DIRCO ministers, but the Saudi counterpart has postponed them. The last proposal was to host it on the margins of G20, but then the Saudi foreign minister had to be the leader of delegation. Now it's proposed to take place in the fourth quarter, the end of January next year. If we can go to the next page. The Sultanate of Oman, we also had an agreement to establish a bilateral partnership forum in 2010. This one has been the longest outstanding for various reasons since 2030. South Africa, again, has proposed it the past 3 years to the Omani counterpart, but regrettably, there was going to be a visit last year by the Omani foreign minister, but it had to be postponed. But Minister Lamola will be visiting the region early in 26, and then these discussions will continue. Bahrain is the one country with which we do not have a structured mechanism. There's not Bahrain is not present diplomatically in South Africa. We are credited through our ambassador in Riyadh to the Kingdom of Bahrain. But I presume as the engagements accelerate, these proposals will mature to eventually go to it. Maybe also just to mention, Bahrain is a member of the Abraham Accords. Now, the next one is interesting. It is Yemen, the Republic of Yemen, who has tabled this proposal dating back to 2010. But the conditions on the ground with the conflict in that country over the decade did, of course, not permit this to proceed. However, we have now managed to, again, propose an updated text, which they accepted without any amendments. So DIRCO is now in the process of certification for President's Minute. It was requested by the Yemeni Minister of Foreign Affairs and Expatriates, needs to first have the agreement ready so that he wishes to visit South Africa and then sign this agreement. And this agreement will then provide for consultations on the level of deputy ministers. The next one is the Islamic Republic of Iran. It is our oldest, longest running agreement, which was established in 1995. The outcome of the previous session, which was in 23, I see there's a mistake, was to reinforce the expanding economic and diplomatic ties and agreements to deepen collaboration across multiple sectors. We will later in the discussion on Iran provide more background. But the undertaking has always been, because of the unilateral sanctions, that it would be very important with Iran to lay a legal base. In other words, get your sectoral cooperation agreements ready so that when the external conditions permit for fully fledged cooperation, not due to possible sanctioning, that legal framework is intact. The next session is proposed for 2026. Then the state of Kuwait, in 2021, the agreement establishing the Joint Commission was signed. This is envisaged to have a first session in the fourth quarter in January. The inaugural session will be hosted in South Africa. Kuwait has proposed that it be done at the level of deputy minister. The state of Qatar, it was also established in 23, a mechanism for bilateral consultations. These consultations are also envisaged for the fourth quarter and also on the level of deputy minister, as was requested by the Qatari side. They did propose an earlier date, I think around April, but that was not, it was short notice and not convenient. The UAE was established in 2011. It's a joint commission for bilateral cooperation. The last session was held in June 23. The ministers affirmed the commitment to deepen relations, and once we get to the country brief, you will also see this is probably one of our most vibrant bilateral relationships, also in terms of trade and investment, and it covers sectors across the spectrum. The UAE has designated its Minister of State, which is the equivalent of Deputy Minister for us, to be a ministerial envoy for the bilateral relationship between South Africa and the UAE, Sheikh Shahbood. At the time, the former minister, in a gesture of reciprocity, also then designated the Deputy Minister of Turco as a ministerial envoy to complement that approach. So that would be the summary for now. I don't know, Ms. Ibrahim, do you want to take quickly the Levant mechanisms, or will you do it later?
We'll do it later.
Okay, later. Then if we can go over to the annual targets on the branch annual operational plan. We had a target for a visit by the Deputy Minister to Saudi Arabia, which was achieved in the first quarter. In the second quarter, we had the 10th session of the JEC, which was achieved. Minister Tal paid the visit. And then the political consultations was initially proposed on the margins of the G20, but as I explained, it couldn't happen. So it will just migrate to the fourth quarter. Then for the Sultanate of Oman, we had a visit for the Deputy Minister, Morocco, which was achieved. The bilateral political forum was proposed for quarter two, but it will be moving to quarter four. We have also motivated to the presidency consideration of the incoming state visit, because the Sultan of Oman has articulated interest to pay a first ever state visit to South Africa. That is still enjoying consideration. Then the Republic of Yemen, for the third quarter, we proposed the minister's official visit to sign the MOU, but we are still in the process of obtaining the president's minutes, so that will move over to either quarter four or quarter one of the next financial year. The Islamic Republic of Iran, the Deputy Ministerial Working Group was proposed to take place in Q2 or 3, but it is now envisaged for Q4. Then the outgoing JCC, which is on ministerial level, can either be, we think it will be more likely to be in the next financial year, because the Deputy Ministerial Working Group plays the role of an intercessional mechanism to prepare the agenda for the Ministerial Joint Commission. Then the State of Kuwait, we also wanted the inaugural Joint Commission at the level of Deputy Minister incoming as proposed by Kuwait. Senior officials consultations are now scheduled for Q3 ideally, and then in Q4 it will be scheduled. The next page, the State of Qatar, again, an inaugural mechanism on political consultation. They've requested the level of Deputy Minister. It was envisaged when the President paid a state visit to Qatar in 23. He extended the invitation for a return state visit to the Amir. The Amir did request whether it could be done on the margins of the G20 summit, but that, of course, would not be feasible. So we await notification from the Qatari government when a next date would be convenient to receive the Amir of Qatar for the state visit, and then the political mechanism is considered for Q4. The UAE, we had an additional achievement with a working visit by Deputy Minister Muraka when she went to Jordan, also to the UAE, and the Joint Commission at Deputy Minister level will take place hopefully in Q4. We've had discussions with all the resident ambassadors for the UAE, Qatar, Kuwait, Iran recently on the scheduling. Shannon, you want to take over the other three? Okay. The State of Palestine.
Good morning, colleagues. We're going to just look at the targets for the State of Palestine. For Q3, there is planned for this actually going to be this Friday, the 28th of November, the 48th Day of Solidarity with the People of Palestine. And the guest of honor will be Deputy President Omar Shatile. And then in Q4, there will be a South Africa-Palestine second session of the strategic dialogue and the third political consultations, as well as potentially an incoming state visit from the President of Palestine and an inaugural joint commission for cooperation at ministerial level, with the dates to be determined. In terms of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, in Q2, there's the inaugural session of the Joint Commission at the Deputy Ministerial level, and in Q3, potentially a ministerial visit to Jordan. In terms of the Republic of Iraq, we're looking at Q3, a ministerial visit to Iraq. And those are the things that are on the program, the targets for the Levant. Thank you.
If I may come in, Chair and honorable members, we do not have sight of the committee's agenda. So could we respectfully request it be flighted, or for somebody to just take us through the running order in which the committee would like to take the ambassadors, the heads of missions presentation, please?
I haven't done the Levant countries yet. In terms of the presentation. So I would like to start off with the State of Palestine. So this year marks the 30 years of diplomatic relations between South Africa and Palestine.
Sorry, my sister.
Yes?
Sorry, just to disrupt you. I was trying to respond to that request. Luwabalo, if you can just indicate the sequence, if it was not brought to the attention of the department. So you can every time indicate who is next. Thank you. You can proceed, my sister.
Through you, Chair. The sequence was provided by the department chair, which is also projected now on the screen, Chair. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, let's now follow the sequence as projected on the screen.
About the state of Palestine and the fact that this year marks 30 years of diplomatic relations between South Africa and Palestine. Those relations were established in February 1995. And that was the point where there was the opening of a Palestinian embassy in South Africa. And also a few years later, in 1999, the opening of the South African Representative Office in Ramallah. What I'd like to say is the quest for self-determination and statehood for Palestine is still unresolved after over 70 years. And this continues to challenge our collective human consciousness and sense of international justice. And the Palestinian question remains very much at the heart of the Middle East situation. The long-standing illegal occupation of the occupied territories remains a significant source of tension, not only for the direct region, but the region at large. In terms of the high-level visits that have taken place, there was a visit by the Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas. That was in May 2016, and there is a pending state visit by President Abbas, hopefully for next year. The Director General of DIRCO, Mr. Zain Dangar, also undertook a working visit to the state of Palestine in January 2023 and presided over the second session of the South Africa-Palestine political consultations. And the third session of the Palestine political consultations were scheduled to be held on the 5th of March of last year. However, due to the developments in Gaza, this was postponed. In February this year, the Deputy Minister of International Relations, Mr. Alvin Botes, was due to undertake a working visit to the state of Palestine, but this did not take place as the Israeli government declined his visa application. I would like to note that the Palestinian economy is enduring an unprecedented crisis exacerbated by the war in Gaza, the military operations in the West Bank. And its economy is severely constrained by the illegal occupation and as well the lack of sovereignty over its land, borders, and resources. Palestine lacks control over, very importantly, its trade borders, fiscal policy, natural resources, and the movement of goods and labor. Over 60% of the West Bank remains under full Israeli control, and that severely limits Palestinian access to agricultural land, water, and construction. The Palestinian Authority also relies on clearance revenues collected and transferred by Israel. Israel routinely withholds and deducts these funds as a form of economic coercion. So over $1.4 billion has been withheld since 2019. And that has really undermined the Palestinian Authority's financial and fiscal stability and exposed them to extreme liquidity crises and impairs their ability to govern. Basically, the Palestinian economic landscape suggests a case of economic warfare, which is waged through blockade, occupation, fiscal strangulation, and institutional marginalization. And for recovery, what is demanded is a ceasefire, a genuine ceasefire that's sustainable, but also international support that's necessary to support reconstruction efforts and to address Palestinian fiscal deficits. What we need to see is a just political solution that addresses the underlying causes of the conflict, which remain paramount for sustainable economic development. Palestinians are very economically resilient, and we thought we should mention this, whether it's through private enterprise or diaspora linkages. They have a culture of improvisation, even under illegal occupation, that creates a strong foundation and in some senses converts adversity into economic opportunity. Now, I won't go through the different agreements that have been signed, but albeit to say the main structured bilateral mechanism is the Joint Cooperation Commission. That was supposed to have been inaugurated it was basically the weekend of October 7th, 2023, and it didn't end up happening because our minister was not able to get into Ramallah. But we are hoping to launch the inaugural session of the JCC on the 5th of December when the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Palestine will be in South Africa. I'd also like to go through some of the key tenets of our relations with Israel. Those diplomatic relations commenced in 1949 when Israel established a consulate in Pretoria and then an embassy in 1974. And in 1972, South Africa established a consulate in Tel Aviv and then an embassy in 1975. Throughout the apartheid era, Israel continued to enjoy close relations with the apartheid government in South Africa. Currently, our relations with Israel are severely strained, the bilateral relations. That's largely due to Israel's continued intransigence, whether on Gaza and what we believe is genocidal actions on the state of Israel, lack of progress in terms of a peace process or the establishment of a Palestinian state, Israel's disregard for international law, and continuing military onslaught in Gaza and human rights violations across the occupied territories. Now, we have in the past attempted to broker dialogue between Israelis and Palestinians and to share our experiences in transitional democracy. And we did that in 2002 through the Spear Presidential Peace Retreat. And that we had very senior members of the Israeli military and political stakeholders, as well as South Africans of a similar nature. And it was quite a successful retreat, which maybe one day circumstances may prove that we could redo something like that once again. But generally, there's very limited political and diplomatic activity between South Africa and Israel. In 2018, our ambassador to Tel Aviv was recalled as a result of the Israeli aggression against the Palestinians and an escalating assault on Gaza. More recently, due to the ongoing genocidal war against the Palestinian people, our foreign policy embodies a restriction on high-level visits, active promotion of trade, culture, tourism, and other aspects of cooperation. We have recalled all our diplomats. That was in November 2023. That was 2 months into the genocide. And due to the military onslaught on Gaza and the denial of adequate humanitarian assistance to the people of Gaza, following the events of September 2023, our relations have been further strained. We have also, as you would know, brought a case against Israel in keeping with our obligation as a party to the Genocide Convention. We took a case against Israel, arguing that its actions in Gaza are plausibly genocidal. The convention also obliges state parties to prevent and punish genocide. South Africa requested the ICJ, International Court of Justice, to indicate provisional and issue provisional measures. Those are legally binding interim orders that a court can issue to protect the rights of parties until a final judgment is rendered on the merits of the dispute. The ICJ did issue provisional measures in this case, obliging Israel to halt its actions, which the court found are plausibly genocidal. And it's most unfortunate that those provisional measures have been ignored. In terms of previous high-level engagements with Israel, those began in 1995 when our Foreign Minister Alfred Inzo paid an official visit to Israel, and he signed an agreement establishing a joint commission of cooperation. There was a number of different engagements with senior levels since that time. In August 2022, South Africa attempted to engage the Israeli government at an official level in Tel Aviv. The meeting did not proceed positively as Israel had demanded the exclusion of our ambassador Beinefeld, who is the head of mission in Ramallah. But it should be noted that all South African diplomats in Ramallah are accredited to Israel and are issued diplomatic IDs through Tel Aviv. Currently, our mission in Tel Aviv is temporarily closed. Officials in Ramallah assist with consular-related matters for Israelis or South Africans resident in Israel. Our missions in Jordan, Greece, Ethiopia also assist in dealing with consular matters. Our official residence, which is owned by the South African government, is being regularly maintained, and we keep that residence. And our locally recruited personnel continue to receive their monthly salaries despite the temporary closure of the mission in 2023. I'd now like to move to our relations with the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. Following several high-level visits, diplomatic relations were established between Jordan and South Africa on the 29th of September, 1993. Our embassy in Amman was opened in December 93, and the Jordanian embassy in Pretoria was opened in June 1994. There's been a strong cooperative relationship between South African companies, and even specifically with the Jordanian King Abdullah's second Design and Development Bureau. So there are a great interest in our defense sector. There's, for example, armored vehicle manufacturing. Jordan is a key customer of South Africa's arms industry. There are South African companies, for example, that even supply the parachutes used by the Jordanian Air Force. And there's a lot of scope that is going to be looked at in terms of defense cooperation. So we've had a number of high-level interactions. Starting, for example, in May 2010, the Deputy Minister of Defense, Mr. Makwetla, attended the SOFEX exhibition of military hardware in Amman. That was followed by the visit of the Deputy Minister of DIRCO, Noma India Mpoketo, who visited Jordan in May 2016 as part of a broader trip to the Levant. And then the next year, 2017, the Minister of Science and Technology, Dr. Naledi Pandor, visited Jordan for the World Science Forum. Then we had visits this year in May. That was by our Deputy Minister, Alvin Botes, who had conducted a working visit to the Kingdom of Jordan. And a month after that, the Chief of the South African National Defense Force, General Mapanya, conducted a working visit to the Kingdom of Jordan. We then had Deputy Minister of DIRCO, Maraka, visit Jordan in August of this year. And importantly, she launched the inaugural session of the South Africa-Jordan bilateral consultations. That was a very useful visit because it also worked to finalize and recommit to the finalization of the pending MOUs and agreements in various sectors, everything from economic cooperation, defense, agriculture, tourism, transport, sports, arts, and culture. And Jordan has made a proposal to hold the second session of the bilateral political consultations in South Africa next year. And we're hoping that our Minister Lamola will pay a visit to Jordan in 2026. Now I'd like to move to Iraq. Iraq established diplomatic relations with South Africa in August 1998. The Iraqi deputy president had attended the presidential inauguration in 1994. Then there was an official visit to Iraq by a South African delegation that happened in November 1996. And diplomatic relations with Iraq were concluded during November 1998 by means of an exchange of notes through the respective missions in New York. Former Deputy Minister Aziz Bahad led the first significant business delegation consisting of 30 South African companies to Iraq in November 1999 and also visited the region in April 2001. Bilateral relations with Iraq have significantly strengthened over the last year and are set to reap economic dividends, particularly in the defense sector. Our ambassador has met with various stakeholders in Iraq. She did a trip in October of last year and was accompanied by a delegation from the defense industry led by the South African Aerospace and Maritime Defense Export Council, and they went to Iraq. We also have had our ambassador meet in Iraq with the Office of the Prime Minister, who has strongly expressed an interest in South Africa opening an embassy in Baghdad. Our ambassadors also met with the National Security Advisor to the Prime Minister in Iraq, and our National Security Advisor to President Ramaphosa, Professor Salima Famadi, invited the National Security Advisor of Iraq for consultations in South Africa to discuss areas of cooperation, as well as a mechanism proposed by Iraq's Prime Minister in particular, for the establishment of a high-level committee comprised of various Iraqi government ministries to exchange views on matters of mutual interest. We are also hoping that Minister Lamola will pay a visit to Iraq next year. I now move to Lebanon. South Africa has had historic relations with Lebanon due to the sizable community of South Africans of Lebanese origin, which is in the range of 30,000 people, who date back more than a century. We've maintained a consul general in Lebanon until 1974, and then from then onwards, an interest section under the auspices of the Swiss embassy. In 1979, the last South African official was withdrawn because of a threat posed by the civil war, but the mission continued to function with only recruited staff, locally recruited staff, and that went on until 1982. Then the South African interest section was officially closed, but its functioning was only suspended. And then on the 27th of June, 1994, Lebanon and South Africa formally established diplomatic relations. So South Africa enjoys cordial relations with Lebanon. There's obviously a large ethnic Lebanese community in South Africa. We currently have no residential diplomatic presence, but our South African ambassador in Damascus is accredited to Lebanon and travels there quite regularly on a non-residential basis. In terms of high-level visits with Lebanon, the former Deputy Minister of DIRCO, Candace Masheko Dlamini, visited Lebanon in August 2022. The Lebanese Foreign Minister, Gibran Bassil, visited South Africa in February 2017. Former Deputy Minister Mfeketo visited Lebanon in April 2016. Then we also had former presidential special envoys, Dr. Zola Skouya and Aziz Fahad, who visited Lebanon in 2015. So there's a large and economically active community, Lebanese community in South Africa. The Damascus mission also has had the advantage of having an honorary consul in Lebanon who's well respected and connected. There are several Lebanese business people with investments in South Africa, and most visas issued by the Damascus mission are for Lebanese visitors for leisure and business purposes to South Africa. Our bilateral trade with Lebanon has declined since the onset of the Syrian crisis, but despite this, the scope for economic opportunities is substantial. Lebanon's strategic position in the Middle East provides many opportunities for our companies to engage in joint ventures with Lebanese partners, and there's scope for enhancing our relations between South Africa and Lebanon in defense, energy, construction, tourism, arts and culture, and education. The potential for investment by private Lebanese businesses in South Africa is significant, and that is as reflected by the Saudi ogre owned by the family of the late Lebanese Prime Minister Rafiq al-Hariri, who made an investment of $1 billion in South Sea. Another example of a sizable Lebanese investment in the South African telecom sector is the Prime Minister Mekati's 12% ownership of the MTN Group, of which MTN South Africa is a subsidiary. The Prime Minister Mekati is the biggest single shareholder of the MTN Group, and Lebanese businesses have also made significant investments in Aspen Pharmaceuticals. Right, now I'd like to move to Syria, which is the last country we'll talk about in the Levant. The relations between South Africa and Syria go back a long way, and that includes Syria's strong and principled support for our struggle against apartheid. Nelson Mandela is a revered figure amongst the Syrian people from all strata, his name being better recognized sometimes than that of his country. South Africa and Syria enjoy amicable diplomatic relations that were established on the 1st of June, 1994. Both countries maintain resident diplomatic missions in each other's countries, with the Syrian government having opened its embassy in 1998. South Africa is one of 5 countries that retain full diplomatic presence in Damascus, despite the political crisis from 2011 until about 2024. South Africa is represented in Syria by Ambassador Suleiman, who's also accredited to Lebanon, and our embassy is interacting with the current transitional Syrian government at a high level and has continued to express our willingness to share our experiences in democratic transition and nation building. Currently, South Africa does not have a structured bilateral mechanism with Syria. Our economic relations, unfortunately, have been seriously impacted by the ongoing instability in the country, U.S. sanctions that remain on Syria, and as well the struggling state of the Syrian economy. In recent years, ambitions and plans for the exploration of trade and investment opportunities have not been largely successful. However, on the economic front, in pursuit of South Africa's own strategic goals, DIRCO made a contribution, and opportunities are quite considerable. Improvement in the security situation in Syria will remove one of the major constraints on South African officials and business people from visiting Syria to explore economic activities. In the past, the mission has had some success with at least one company from the defense industry visiting Damascus, and with the Ministry of Defense, there have been promises of lucrative contracts. There are plans for the reconstruction of Syria that are underway despite the current challenges, and South African SOEs and other businesses could find opportunities worth pursuing. There is a need in Syria over the next few years for reconstruction and development, and there will be trade and investment opportunities that open up. Syria needs a variety of goods, and we've listed some of those goods, and there are other business opportunities such as in the areas of medical equipment, the oil and gas, infrastructure, arms sales, etc. Main South African investments in Syria include the $1 billion investment by the South African telecommunications company MTN. The South Africa-Syrian Business Forum was also launched during the visit of Deputy President Motlanthe to Syria in 2010, with MTN and TISA representatives being appointed to accompany the Deputy President. South Africa's embassy in Damascus is currently engaging in initiatives and engagements to promote economic diplomacy. We were involved in the 62nd International Damascus Fair, which opened new avenues to promote South African goods and services to the Syrian market. Also, the Syrian Minister of Communication met with the Vice President of the MTN Group, and they discussed MTN Syria, and it was conveyed that the resolution of shares of MTN Syria are at an advanced stage and looking good. So I think there's a lot of challenges. Okay, I think I will end on that note. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. Honorable members, if you would kindly allow us, in order to keep the flow of the briefing, we would now call upon our Levant ambassadors to take the floor, starting with His Excellency Ambassador Ashraf Suleiman.
Your Excellency Ashraf Suleiman. You can go to the next one. We'll come back to Ambassador Suleiman later. Somebody must just bring to his attention that he's muted or something like that.
Your Excellency Ambassador Mukwena in Jordan, could you kindly take the floor?
Good morning, Chairperson, Minister Lamola, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, DDG, and colleagues. Thank you very much for the floor. I just wanted the Chairperson to have a proof of life. Here am I.
Yes, we are very happy. You can see a real human being.
Anyway, so I will close the camera so I don't distract myself, Your Excellency Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson. So I'm going to confine myself to the two countries I am accredited to, Honorable Chairperson. It's the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan and the Republic of Iraq. If you look at the index, page 1 or page 2, I'll be dealing with the following subjects. I will introduce the overview of what the mission thinks about what we need to do, not only for both countries, but also for the chairperson and the committee and DIRCO to take into consideration these issues that we believe need to be tackled as a collective. I'll also deal with bilateral relations with the Hashemian Kingdom of Jordan, followed by just looking at the impact of structured bilateral mechanisms with the Kingdom of Jordan. I'll also deal with the South Africa-Iraq bilateral relations, followed by an examination of impact of structured bilateral relations with the Republic of Iraq. And I'll close by making proposals and recommendations. Page 3. Chairperson of the committee, I'd like to really just take you through what the mission believes is very critical for us to consider as we traverse not only the Levant, but also the entire Middle Eastern region. And I start my treatise by saying that no market is too small for trade. Because I say this because, Chairperson, I know that sometimes we have a tendency to look at the biggest markets, you know, UAE, Saudi, Qatar, and so forth. But wherever there are people, there is tremendous requirement for goods and services. So we must treat every market as a magnet for our goods and services and for trade, and to a certain extent also investment. So that's how I treat Iraq and Jordan. We need to therefore be aggressive in targeting the Levant region, in particular more aggressively as a market for South African export and re-exports, because if you look at particularly the Kingdom of Jordan, it's very stable and it's got very good, formidable infrastructure. And once you invest in the Kingdom of Jordan, you bring your products and trade with the Kingdom of Jordan, you are assured that your products are going to reach the rest of the Levant, because I am told that once the agricultural ministry in Jordan approves our meat or our agricultural products, then they find their way easier into Iraq, into Lebanon, into Syria, and so forth. But there's also absolute need, Chairperson, to service these bilateral mechanisms. And I'm very glad that at least last year, after a while and a lull, this year in August, we had Deputy Minister Moraka visit the Kingdom of Jordan to inaugurate the bilateral mechanism for the first time in 30 years. So that for us is very significant, and it opens up a bigger avenue for our engagement on a multi-sectoral basis. We need to, the Chairperson and companies want to be assured that their investments will be safe. And I know there's been discussion many a times around this whole issue of concluding what we call protection of investment agreements. And I'm quite aware that we have legislation that we trust and believe in as South Africans, but that is not always the case with other countries. They would like to see conclusion of bilateral protection of investment agreements between the two countries. It is also very critical, Excellencies, Honorable Chairperson and members, to also have direct connectivity between South Africa, Iraq, or Jordan, but Jordan is a better, much more stable hub, and there are a lot more airlines that come to Jordan. Initially, we used to have Air Jordan go to South Africa directly, and we had massive surge of Jordanians traveling to South Africa for safari. Some of them still remind me what experience they had when they were in South Africa. Now, we are in the process of negotiating a bilateral air services agreement, and hopefully it will be concluded soon. This will boost tourism, essentially for our country, which is what we really need for boosting our fiscus as a country. It's important that we also focus our visits, our high-level engagements, to not only to bigger parts of the region, but also to the Levant region, Iraq, and Jordan in particular. And I'm happy to learn that the minister is preparing to visit the two countries early next year. DDG did mention that DERCO alone cannot possibly service certain mechanisms, particularly those that have that should have other departments as the lead departments. If we don't get cooperation from these lead departments, DERCO, becomes a bit, I don't want to use the word naked, but that's the first word that comes to me. We need the support of lead departments to ensure that matters of agriculture, issues of tourism, issues of culture and cultural industries progress between the two countries. Without their responses, we are left a bit hanging, and we're also left without answers to countries that wish to see a strengthened relationship between ourselves and them. There are many low-hanging fruits, Chairperson, that we must take advantage of. But as I said, we will only be able to unlock certain opportunities if we open up our engagements through MOUs, which give legal assurance to those that we partner with. Chairperson, I don't want to repeat what, page 2, I don't want to repeat what Ms. Shannon has already outlined. Safe to just indicate, in terms of our bilateral relations with the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, we had a visit in 1996, but the late King Hussein, may God rest his soul, with President Mandela in 1996. That was followed by, in 1999, by our late President Mandela, who paid a visit to the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, which really enhanced our bilateral relations. The most important deliverable of that relationship, of that engagement, was the abolition of the visa requirement between our two countries. As a result, we have seen an upsurge of tourists from Jordan to South Africa, particularly in the last 2 years since the signing or the lodging of the ICJ case. Jordanians, mostly also of Palestinian origin, because Chairperson will know that Jordan is mostly, it has a lot of refugees, but some since 1948 have made Jordan their permanent home, 1967 and subsequent Nakbas that occurred. So Jordan is home to many, many, many Palestinians. So they really embrace South Africa. They see South Africa as a good partner. And most of them are beginning to put South Africa on their bucket list, and we are seeing an uptick. So I can just make an example before I get into the issue of impact, that since the ICJ case, I can recall that in 2023, we had close to 280-something tourists in a year to South Africa. Post-2023, when we launched the ICJ case, we had an upsurge, 2,800 tourists from Jordan going to South Africa. So you can see what the ICJ case has done, and you can see what the visa-free regime does to between countries. I am also accredited to the to the Republic of Iraq, Chairperson, and I will indicate more in the subsequent presentation what we are doing with the Republic of Iraq. And there are so many South Africans in the Republic of Iraq, most of which are in the Kingdom of Kurdistan, in the Governorate of Kurdistan. Now, continuing on our bilateral relations, we really have good and strong relations with the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, not only because we share common positions on the question of Palestine, but also we share a lot on economic cooperation activities that take place between the two countries. We also share a lot of common positions on various multilateral issues. So Kingdom of Jordan plays a very strong and meaningful role in the Israel-Palestine conflict. They provide a lot of humanitarian aid. As I said, the many Palestinians that reside in Jordan present a formidable force to ensure that the government of Jordan continues to provide the required aid. There are many warehouses here that host the aid coming from different countries, which are donated to Jordan to go to Palestine. Field hospitals, there are 5 field hospitals in Palestine that were set up by the Kingdom of Jordan, which are assisting the injured and sick Palestinians throughout the war, the genocide. And we also have stable and political relations with Jordan. As I said, the kingdom receives a lot of refugees, and they have been very, very hospitable, not only to Palestinians, but to Syria, Lebanon, Iraq, refugees, amongst others. Wherever there's been ongoing tensions, Jordan receives these refugees. But this has come at a cost to Jordan. Jordan's GDP, the economy is not really that strong, but they have a strong and big heart. The economy amounts to about 56 billion, with a purchase power parity of 131 billion in 2025. You will see that it is quite a contrast to the economy of Iraq, but a very important country, which is nestled in the middle of very serious tensions in this region. So in my time here, since my accreditation in 2023, Honorable Chairperson, the mission spent a lot of time just going into governorate by governorate to present the South African case, to present the economic opportunities in South Africa, to bolster our trade and investment for our country, and to address those challenges that we all know: inequality, poverty, joblessness, and so forth. So there's one governorate, only one governorate, that the mission has not touched, but that will be done in the 3rd or 4th quarter. It's important to understand how the different chambers of commerce, in the chambers of commerce and chambers of industry. Chambers of industry in Jordan manage big industry. Those are the industries that usually, have location in special economic zones. And then the chambers of commerce deal mostly with trade issues. And those are the chambers and also the industries that we usually invite to South Africa to take part in our exhibitions and shows. Chairperson, in terms of the impact, and I'll be very slow on this one so that it is understood, that you see, you have to measure impact. Sometimes it is not so visible, but one has learned to think outside the box. In the absence of a number of bilateral mechanisms that we should have signed, that we have not been able to sign because they are still being negotiated. But I want to assure you, Chairperson, that the mission and the desk are pushing very, very hard since my arrival in 2023, that we at least prioritize economic slanted bilateral mechanisms. And those are in the area of ports, collaboration between our Transnet and the Port of Aqaba, the MOU on agriculture, the air services agreement, tourism, maritime transport, culture and cultural industries, education, cooperation between the diplomatic academies and so forth. So we're trying to channel, and the collaboration between the chambers of commerce, we're trying to channel our energies first and foremost to address the imperatives that we face as South Africa, to ensure that these mechanisms respond to those imperatives: employment, job creation, addressing the issue of inequality. Now, let me talk to, first and foremost, to the issue of FMD. This is a menace, Chairperson. We have lost this year up to 40 million USD in Jordan alone. I don't want to talk about Iraq at the moment. I just surveyed one company that brings in our meat from South Africa. But over a period of months, they've not been able to get their meat because of FMD. Now, we even had to facilitate a visit to the Department of Agriculture for face-to-face engagement between the veterinarians. The Jordanians have said, if we can get this certificate and that certificate, your meat can come in. It pains me, Chairperson, to go to the stores and not see South African meat written in big letters. You see meat from Australia, you'll see meat from New Zealand, and you'll see Brazil, but you don't see South Africa anymore on the shelves. But that was not the case 2 or 3 months ago. So we need to go back to putting our meat on the shelves. And the reason why we will do so is so that we don't lose our market share, because the moment you step aside, another entity comes in. There's no room for vacuum in the environment of economy. So that's really my appeal, Chairperson, on this issue of FMD, and I'll be making another proposal towards the end of my presentation. Education, Chairperson, much as we might think is just education, education is a high income earner for our fiscus. Jordanians are interested in studying in South Africa, enrolling in South African universities, so it's easier for us to issue student visas, and they are beginning to go there in their numbers. The impact of the good relationship for South Africa with the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan is that we've already been offered scholarships by the Chef School, also by the Aqaba University. So it is up to us to take advantage of these scholarships, which arise from the goodwill that we see between ourselves and the Kingdom of Jordan. That's just by way of example and impact of our structured bilateral relationships. And it has not waited for us to sign the agreement. We have no education agreement as yet. It's being proposed, but already there's goodwill that you're beginning to see. Tourism, Chairperson, I've already said some of these are under a negotiation, are at a very advanced stage. So we just have to keep pushing that we sign them next year when the minister comes here. Chairperson, there is tremendous goodwill towards South Africa, as I said, by Jordanians. In the last few weeks, we have had meetings with the Gauteng IDZ, Gauteng Industrial Development Zone, where the mission introduced a potential investor in the area of ICT who would like to manufacture ICT products such as laptops, iPads, or notepads and computers. The local impact for that will be 300 to 600 jobs. The other impact will be the local supply chain development, because then you're going to have couriers, delivering these on order, but also knowledge transfer. There'll also be regional impact. South Africa and this company is being seen as an African hub, and will therefore be exporting from South Africa to the SADC and East Africa market. The mission tries to sell South Africa, and rightfully so, as a hub to access free trade area incentives from our little corner. Chairperson, we also have a potential investor in aircraft spare parts and green energy. The reason for the delay was really just the time it took to issue a visa, a business visa for this gentleman. But we are now on a good footing with the DTIC. That visa has been issued. Now discussions have to commence around the development of this aircraft spare parts and green energy manufacturing. Chairperson, as I said, sometimes we have to think outside of the box. Walking through the shelves of Jordan and Iraq, I would not even see South African products, but you'd see this mayonnaise from the UK, you'd see this mustard from this country and this and that. We were only doing meat and vegetables. And the mission thought, what can we do to bring the way we see our Woolies or our Checkers or our ShopRite, why don't we bring the same products to the Jordanian market? Because the Jordanian market, as I said, then feeds into the regional market. And this year in September during Heritage Month, we then launched Taste of South Africa, where we sought to introduce over 61 products onto Jordanian shelves. There are challenges to that. They are not on the shelves yet, but we're trying to work on this with the relevant ministries in South Africa, DTIC and Department of Agriculture, because of the requirements. Before you bring in certain products, you need health certificates and this and that. So we need a multi-sectoral approach to assist us as missions to try and bring our products, because that's how you create jobs in South Africa. If you can have them in UAE, you can have them in Qatar and Saudi. Why not have them in Iraq? Why not have them in Jordan? And why don't you have them in Syria and Lebanon? We can. We are also targeting at a later stage other bilateral instruments. But for now, as I said, we are just prioritizing the ones on the economic front. The visit of the Deputy Minister in Jordan in August 2025 therefore helped bolster our relations with Jordan through the political consultations and gave an impetus to the outstanding MOUs, which I believe will be signed very, very soon. Coming to Iraq, Chairperson, I will not go into the establishment of relations, as Ms. Shannon has already raised that, but please note that there was a meeting in 1995 by the Deputy President of Iraq, who attended the inauguration of our President Mandela in 95. But then there was a lull since 1995 until 2003, when things got disrupted, by an invasion of Iraq by the forces that you know, which then put a damper on our relations. We had to then close our mission in Baghdad. And Baghdad, really, Iraq has an economy, a very strong economy of 277 billion in 2024. So it's a market that you cannot possibly ignore. So we've had a lot of engagement with the Iraqis since my visit there in 2024, after presenting my credentials. And there are opportunities that we have gleaned as a mission, because we believe they hold enormous potential for commerce due to their natural endowment with hydrocarbons. And they are also the fourth largest oil producer in the world. So there exists vital and vast potential for cooperation in energy and the importation of South African agricultural products. Because they are an oil-based economy, they import everything, but from elsewhere. South Africa's market share in the agricultural products and other areas, such as meat, they are not substantive. But we're working on that, and I will explain in the subsequent slide. So there's been a lot of pressure on us, Chairperson, to open an embassy in Iraq. The Iraqis feel that they have acquired the necessary stability, and so why don't you come back? So following our visit in 2024 and presentation of credentials, we started working feverishly over conclusion of a structured bilateral mechanism in the form of an MOU on bilateral consultations. And this has reached ripe ground. We have had discussions both ways with Pretoria and Baghdad and have reached agreement on the text as well as the level of representation. It will be at the level of deputy minister. It awaits signature by the two counterparts. However, I must emphasize that South Africa was ready. Unfortunately, Iraq deputy minister postponed his visit 3 times in 1 year in 2024. So, and this year, Iraq was busy going towards its elections, so they were not doing meetings per se. But we are really having our eyes on it. We're going to work on it seriously. Chairperson, may I also just indicate that there are several instruments that we are looking to conclude. Most important is those that are in the realm of economic and technical cooperation, and also the mutual exemption of visas between holders of diplomatic and service passport holders. The Iraqis have been very clear with us that South Africans, you want business with us, but you're not able to extend just a courtesy of us as officials coming to your country without having to apply for visas. Now they have to apply for visas for officials as well as diplomatic passport holders. They have to come all the way to Jordan. So they've made an appeal. We heeded the appeal. The draft was done and sent to Iraq. So the ball is now in their court, but we're working with them also seriously to try and get this concluded. Others are in the area of energy. Again, very keen. The Prime Minister, who has just vacated his seat, is very keen on concluding serious engagements, has been very keen in engaging South Africa. In fact, he signed an executive order to enhance relations with South Africa following my visit and presentation of credentials in 2024. I am informed that South Africa is the only one, except the USA, where Iraq has said we'd like to have a strategic partnership. We need to take advantage of that. And while the iron is still hot, although right now we've had elections in Iraq, we don't know what kind of coalition government will be coming in, but I do believe that the tremendous goodwill remains. There are vast opportunities in the defense industry. Next page. Chairperson, you will notice that one of the agreements that we are seeking to sign is in the area of defense. It is in the hands of Iraq. But be that as it may, we did not wait for the agreement to be signed. We decided to go in with a delegation of Denel, led by SAMDEC chairperson, Mr. Sandile. He didn't lead it, I led it, but he was leading the delegation from South Africa, and I led the delegation into Baghdad. So the delegation met with a number of stakeholders in the defense industry space because there are vast opportunities. Back in the day, South Africa used to provide the howitzers, military equipment, and many other instruments and machinery to Iraq. Unfortunately, with the relationship that was not sustained due to the fact that we don't have an embassy, things went on a dull. Now we are feverishly really trying to revive our relations, and there are many opportunities that lie ahead of us because successful bids, because we've already done a bid, successful bidding. We've done bids, but not yet successful. We are waiting. But with a successful bid, we will have an increased export by Denel and others. We will see re-employment of the engineers that were let go by Denel back in the days when we didn't have business. We will see full resumption of Denel operations, and that's what we all want for our state-owned companies. Iraq is also interested in importing meat. In fact, I was scared to even mention this figure to yourselves, lest you think it might not be real. They have asked for 200 tons of fresh, chilled beef and lamb carcasses for daily lifting into Iraq. Per annum, one of the governorates, which hosts almost 80 million pilgrims that go to one of the imams, I can't remember the name, but there's a pilgrimage there that goes on the entire year. It's about 80 million visitors that go to Karbala governorate. They need meat. They need South African meat, and we are not yet lifting meat to Iraq. So there is a big opportunity there that we need to take advantage of. We have already facilitated a visit by the Iraqi veterinarians to South Africa. They visited a number of localities in Bloemfontein, in Cape Town, in Rustenburg, and so forth. They wanted to see what slaughterhouses are there and whether they comply with the Muslim requirements. And I believe that they have found that to be the case. So we look into really lifting a lot of meat out of South Africa into Iraq. I have already indicated the opportunities that lie in the fact that if we open up an embassy, the proximity will be closer. There are already 58 resident missions in Iraq, and it's quite possible that the way we are perceived by Iraq will even be much more favorable if we are resident. There were recent elections held on the 11th of November. There was no clear majority by any party. A coalition among like-minded parties is expected to form the next government from which a prime minister will be appointed. The strength of the coalition that can secure enough post-election partnership will be tested in the coming few weeks. So we believe that the post-2003 invasion arrangement will still obtain, where you will have the speaker position allocated to the Sunni, the president coming from the Kurds, and the prime minister coming from the Shiite. We need to, therefore, Chairperson, continue to strengthen our relations with Iraq so that we don't lose the trajectory we established under the Al-Sudani government. We'd like to make a few recommendations and proposals, some of which I've already mentioned, that we need to continue to strengthen our partnership with the chambers of commerce and chambers of industry in both Iraq and Jordan, so that we encourage them to attend the many trade exhibitions and fairs that take place in South Africa, because this is the only way they can witness what South Africa is capable of. And we've seen, there's beginning to be, since we engaged them in their different chambers of commerce and industry, there's beginning to be movement to attend from these two countries our trade fairs and exhibitions. I will be making a presentation on the 3rd of December in Baghdad to a very huge chamber of commerce hosted by the Iraqi Business Council on the opportunities for trade and investment in South Africa. Chairperson, I've spoken about the issue of FMD. And I'd like to propose that, earlier, I think it was about August when we had a presentation, or August or September, we had a presentation to our minister, and we made the same recommendations. I'd like to repeat them, that we need to develop a comprehensive agricultural investment strategy. We need to formulate a detailed Middle Eastern South African agricultural investment strategy that will be spearheaded by DERCO, Trade and Industry, and the Department of Agriculture. This strategy should be able to enhance our exports and attract foreign investment by focusing on sustainable practices and market access. I have indicated the threat posed by FMD, but there's also another threat posed by the animal rights activists, which seek to impede our export of live animals, which are sought after by Middle Eastern countries. They want live animals. They slaughter just the way we do as Africans. They slaughter sheep, goats, and they would like to have these live for certain activities that they hold dear in their culture. So we need to be able to do so because it really spells a lot of economic advantage for South Africa. The FMD, I cannot overemphasize the devastating impact of FMD, especially as they go towards the Christmas season, but also just, seasons that are observed by the majority Muslim community here, which require meat. Middle Easterners eat a lot. They consume a lot of meat. We need to promote tourism and with tailored material relevant to the culture of this area. We also need to enhance our economic intelligence capabilities. We don't have foreign economic officials. We don't have them in most of our Middle Eastern missions. We'd like to have those to assist us to really...
Excuse me, Chair, if I could just interrupt briefly.
Okay, DG Dango.
Sorry to interrupt the Ambassador presentation, but also just mindful of the time and the guidelines we'd given all the presenters was 15 minutes each. If I can ask our ambassador to round up so that we can also get the other ambassadors to present, and mindful of the guidelines that it's 15 minutes for presentation. Thank you.
Yes, okay, DG.
Yes, I concur. Thank you.
Thank you, DG. We also need to introduce let me skip this one. We need to continuously direct capital to our special economic zones, renewable energy, and logistical corridors in South Africa, just as we have done now between Jordan and the Gauteng SEZ. We need to continue to work on those SEZs. We need to develop South African ports as gateways for trade into Africa and address inefficiencies at our ports, because if we're attracting investment, they also want to know that our ports are efficient. And I know that there are a number of inefficiencies which are being looked into by Transnet. The most important is to continue to encourage the Middle Eastern countries, including the two that I deal with, that South Africa is the gateway. Through the AFCFTA, we are the gateway into the continent. I thank you, DG, and apologies for the time. I don't have my phone in the room. I could have timed myself. I put my phones out of the room. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. DG, you can marshal your forces the way you have been doing. There's no problem.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. While I see Ambassador Mahabe on the screen, the next person, if the connectivity issues have been resolved, should kindly be Ambassador Suleiman, so that we conclude with the Levant before we go to the Gulf. And of course, at the Gulf, we will start with the Kingdom. So, Ambassador Suleiman, please. No, then we are struggling to find our ambassador to Syria. So, Ambassador Mahabe, let us proceed to Saudi, please. Let's move over to the Gulf. With your permission, Chair.
Well, thank you very much for this opportunity, Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Mr. Subrama Humapelu, and as well as members of the Portfolio Committee who are present today. Our Excellency, the Minister of DERCO in his absentia, the DG, as well as the Ambassador Lali, the DG of the Middle East and Asia, as well as my fellow colleagues. Well, let me start by saying I'm proud of my country for hosting the G20 in an African soil for the first time, which has been a great opportunity. I'm sure, Honorable Chair, It has asserted South Africa's leadership in the African continent. And therefore, my recommendation will be let's build on the momentum that the G20 has built and rebuilt and reassert our leadership in the African continent. But must also, in congratulation, thank the President and his cabinet, as well as all the role players who have made sure that we really hold a successful G20. The framework in terms of today's presentation has already been outlined by the DG through Ambassador Lali, as well as our desk through Ms. Barnett. And therefore, I will only be able to fill up the areas that I think they were a little bit outstanding. Just before I go into the presentation, just linking these presentations to the previous two that have been made, particularly the one for Lavender. With regard to the visa exemptions, we are making the same recommendation for both Oman, ordinary passport holders, as well as diplomatic passport holders, because they've already exempted South Africa on diplomatic passport holders. We had two meetings led by the DM Moraga, previously with the Department of Home Affairs, and we built on that meeting and requested the portfolio committee to assist the missions, because that becomes very essential for us to do our work. And the second one, which I also want to, for the same breath and spirit to do, is the one with the Kingdom of Bahrain on a similar approach. They've exempted South African diplomatic passport holders for 14 days. And therefore, I'm sure we need to also to revisit it. And the distance between Riyadh and Manama is almost over 490 kilometers if you are on the ground. And the distance between Muscat and Riyadh is almost like when you travel from Johannesburg to Cape Town through air freight. And therefore, it's a very serious challenge in terms of them accessing these services on application of visas to Riyadh. And that have to be considered. Let me then within this spread, go to the structured presentation, the structural bilateral mechanism in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The structured bilateral mechanism between South Africa and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia strengthened diplomatic ties and foster economic and social cooperation. South Africa and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia operate in a multiple formal structural or bilateral structural mechanism. Already in the framework, it was highlighted that we have what we call the Joint Economic Commission, which is rotationally chaired by the two ministers. In our case, it will be Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition. And in the case of Saudi, it will be Industry and Mineral Resources. And the recent session of the 10th session of the JEC just took place from the 9th to the 11th of September 2025, where Minister Daw was accompanied by almost over 60 South African companies for that particular session. The bilateral political consultation, which is the second structured mechanism, is also chaired rotationally by the two ministers, Minister of DERCO, His Excellency Minister Lamola, as well as the Saudi counterpart, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Prince Faisal. We also have, at the level of the agency level, cooperation between the DTIC on our behalf with on the economic zones authorities, which the MOU has been signed to promote direct investment between the two countries. And below that, we also have what we refer to as the Joint Business Council, which is also chaired rotationally by South African side, chaired by Mr. Stavros Nicholas, as well as his counterpart from the Saudi side. And this has always been a very successful mechanism in terms of driving the private sector participation on our national interests, but also on our own initiatives. And this intergovernmental discussion set agendas and led to the signing of several MOUs. Just to give you an example, Honorable Chairperson, in 2022, when President Ramaphosa visited the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia through what we call the state visit, we signed almost 15 agreements ranging from private entities, semi-government entities, as well as government entities, which seeks to focus largely on expanding our trade with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, focusing on energy cooperation, the flow of direct investment into South Africa, on technology, skills partnership, mining as one of the most important factors, agro-processing, which becomes our strategy in the Middle East, because in the Saudi Arabia, 80% of what we consume get imported from various countries in the globe. And therefore, only 20% is able to be produced in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And therefore, to us, this is a very important, lucrative market, which we need to leverage on that particular opportunity. In terms of the impact on this bilaterals with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Saudi investment appetite in South Africa has increased, and the mechanisms have created a pipeline for foreign direct investment into South Africa. A recent joint economic commission between the two countries, the first one took place in October 2024, which the former Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition, Minister Patel, hosted his counterpart, accompanied almost over almost over 80 companies from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to South Africa. The second one took place in September, which I've already highlighted, which was also followed by what we call the outward selling missions led by the DTIC, with almost 12 to 18 companies in October, which emphasized more on trade, to improving our trade relations between the two countries. Key areas of the Saudi investment in South Africa from 2024 to 2025 focused on what we refer to as renewables, through the company called AgroPower, if I am allowed to mention some of these companies. These Saudi developers would link to the Public Investment Fund, which is one of the World Sovereign Fund of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, is a big player in the African clean energy sector, investing almost $1.9 billion already, which has already been planted in the South African economy. There is a plan to invest another $7 billion into water and energy projects over the next 5 years. They also leading projects called the Dow project, which is described as South Africa's largest hybrid renewable power plant, worth almost of over $800 million US dollars. There are discussions and cooperation on power grid, interconnections, on energy transition, hydrogen, etc., under the JEC for 2025 when it got concluded through Minister Paxdown. Next. In terms of the areas of mining on the impact of bilateral mechanisms, the Saudi billionaire called Ajalan and Bras have invested in South Africa's mining development in the Waterberg region of Limpopo of South Africa, almost 8.5 billion rands in terms of South African rands, which almost over 500 million US dollars. And this is when they are going to establish what they refer to as the platinum smelter refinery. Unfortunately, it's not in South Africa. The smelter will be built in Riyadh, where South Africa will participate through shareholding of 20% in that particular smelter. And so that has to be corrected. I'm sure we all have read this transaction in the newspapers or listened to other medias. The Zayed Group, which has just concluded this stake with the Valorant in South Africa. More broadly, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is looking on deepening investment in mining on critical or rare earth elements as part of what the G20 was just discussed in terms of clean energy. And I'm sure this is a great opportunity flowing from when the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia hosted the summit, which was referred to as Saudi Africa Summit in 2023, which South Africa participated. With regard to trade, finance, and credit, Saudi Export-Import Bank, which is called the Saudi Exim Bank, has signed almost $25 million US credit deal with South African Standard Bank. That was last year in October. And this also seeks to create a mechanism between the two countries in terms of the improving of both what we refer to as export as well as import between the two countries. We also have opportunities around automotives, which we also make some highlights there in terms of the names that are highlighted from the Saudi side into South Africa as the two countries collaborate. And this marks one of the more direct Saudi business into South Africa's investment in the consumer goods. Let's move on. Let's move on. Thank you. In terms of industrial cooperation and long-term strategy, at the 10th Joint Economic Commission, both South Africa and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia agreed to deepen cooperation in energy, mining, infrastructure, agriculture, healthcare, logistics, knowledge transfer, and digital economy. And that will also include in terms of the defense cooperation, which we are currently engaging with the Saudi defense industry in terms of securing South Africa's interests. Saudi's Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources, Bandar Al-Khaif, expressed Saudi's interest in South Africa's industrial base, mineral resources, and long-term capacity building, which I've already highlighted. Discussions also centered on long-term investment through the Saudi-South Africa Joint Business Council. Second one, the next one is with regard to the port. Let's just maybe go back to the ports and logistics. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, through what we call the Red Sea Gateway Terminal International, they've expressed their interest in terms of managing some of the South Africans' ports, particularly the Durban ports, with that substantial amount that we have highlighted on the slides. Next one. I also want to just to highlight some challenges. Of course, some of these challenges have already been highlighted from the main from the framework of the presentation by both Ambassador Lali as well as Ms. Barnett. Projects, execution, and governance gaps, the MOUs and pledges often require translation into bankable projects. South Africa needs to convert the MOUs into bankable projects and manage governance safeguards. I'm sure why we are mentioning here, Excellency, is that in 2015, South Africa, through Parliament, passed the Investment Act of 2015. And the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, they're still operating on what we call the Investment Treaty of Protection of Investment, which oftentimes it creates a little bit of discomfort from the Saudi side. But of course, there are discussions between the two countries through the Ministry of Investment, as well as through our Ministry of Trade, Industry and Competition. And these trade flows have materialized, but are not dominated as yet. Bilateral trade and non-oil export figures show growth, but remain smaller than South Africa's main trading partners. The balance of trade remains in favor of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Of course, you may be aware that South Africa currently gets almost over 40% of its oil from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Therefore, the deficit is called what we refer to as inherent as a result of that particular transactions. In 2018, when the president visited the Saudi for the first time after he took over as the president of the Republic of South Africa, he visited the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia on the 12th of July 2018, where almost 18 billion of investment were pledged into the South African economy. But still today, as I've already highlighted in terms of these governance challenges, the flow hasn't gone into South Africa, which discussions are continuing. Thank you. Next one. As I conclude in terms of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, investment from the Saudi sides are substantial and growing, particularly in renewable energy, infrastructure, and mining. But in vice versa, South Africa has an opportunity in terms of its experience around over 150 years of mining. That also includes our capacity to produce throughout the 4 seasons in South Africa to, in terms of food security, to be exported to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. That's a great opportunity, like all other colleagues have already highlighted. The Public Investment Fund, which is the Saudi Sovereign Wealth Fund, the PIF, and the major Saudi companies like Aqua Power, Zayed Group, Al Jalan are central to this transaction. The Honorable Chairperson, we are just mentioning some. There are a lot of slides that we can add, but we just thought we just highlight these few. If we had enough time, we're going to go deeper in more than what we have just summarized. there is a clear strategy aligned to both countries, though some structural and bureaucratic challenges remains. I'm sure that is not the first song that you are singing. The next one. The other country that we are responsible is the Sultanate of Oman. Already from the side of the framework, a lot of emphasis was made on Oman, on how we are structured with them. And therefore, we are looking forward in the 2026 to host the minister in terms of strengthening our structures mechanism with Oman, as the colleagues have already highlighted. The trade or cooperation agreement was signed in 2006. The MOU on defense cooperation was 2012, which we have just also finalized one transaction with regard to the denial on that particular aspects. Oman is our second largest trading partner in the Middle East. That was in 2024, after the United Arab Emirates. Trade remains in balance with Oman exports of petrochemicals to South Africa. So a lot of South African private companies are trading with Oman in terms of the petrochemicals. That's what is synthesized there. The depth of diplomatic engagements limited and challenged to sustain continuous institutional momentum via Riyadh and Wazir, as I've already highlighted. Just outside the slide, Honorable Chairperson, we have just recently appointed the Honorable Consul in Oman. On the 18th of November, we have officially opened the office, the Honorable Consul office in Oman, which has started operational. Both my colleagues from the mission in terms of the immigration have workshopped them, and we hope that in terms of our relations, it will improve. But of course, the emphasis is still on visa exemptions for Oman. But also, as you do some analysis in the region, Oman, in terms of thinking, moves almost closer to what we think in terms of the better world, but better Africa and better world. And therefore, I'm sure my suggestion, which I've made with the colleagues from the desk, was for us to focus on the strategy that tries to move closer to Oman, particularly if you have listened to how they've analyzed the region in terms of the current challenges between Iran, Israel, the Gaza or Palestine, Israel, as well as the entire region. And therefore, that will become a very important aspect that we need to go into that particular analysis so that we can see how can we continuously strengthen that cooperation between South Africa and the Sultanate of Oman. But of course, colleagues have already highlighted that we're looking forward to host the minister, but also we're looking forward for the Sultanate of Oman, the ruler, His Majesty, to visit South Africa to a certain point, maybe in the next 2026 or 2027, which has already been proposed. We said, colleagues have already said with regard to Bahrain, we don't have any structured bilateral mechanism, but I also want to add by saying we have appointed a honorary consul in Oman. We had some engagement with him through dinner in Manama, and therefore we are working on officially opening that honorary consul for us to be able to leverage on opportunities, particularly opportunities around trade. It has already been highlighted that the Kingdom of Bahrain has been part of the Abraham Accord, but also in terms of the current debate around the expansion of the Abraham Accord, there are also those that are advocating, but they're not alone. Many other countries that are advocating for the increase of or the expansion of Abraham Accord. But that does not mean in terms of trade, there are no opportunities, because the last time when I engaged with the Minister of Defense in the Kingdom in Bahrain, they have shown the huge interest of collaboration between ourselves and then Bahrain on defense areas in terms of our cooperation. Every day we get applications for visa from Manama or Bahrain to Riyadh. And I'm sure I've already said the distance between the two countries is almost over 490 kilometers if you are driving on the ground, or only 1 hour if you are, or 45 minutes when you are flying from Riyadh to Manama. And therefore, in terms of tourism, it's a very lucrative market for South Africa. Small as they are, but they are big spenders in their hotels, in our safaris in South Africa. And therefore, this becomes very important. But also safe to say, the royal family has some farms in South Africa. I must disclose it because it has to be known. They also have some farms, and which sometimes they say to me they struggle when they go to these farms in terms of the lending permits and many other issues that need to be considered. So those that are sensitive, which I have not written here, Honorable Chairperson, will augment the report and make it written so that it's able to be goes into our files as a record. With regard to Yemen, we have been having, before the conflict or the war between the Yemen government and the Houthis, South Africa has appointed the honorary consul, but we have made the recommendations to terminate the honorary consul based on the current challenges in Yemen around the UN recognized government, which is capital is Aden, and the Houthis, which are hosted in the former capital of Yemen, which is Sana'a, which is currently occupied by the Houthis militia. And therefore, our honorary consul was coming from the site where the Houthis are operating, and it has created misunderstanding between ourselves as well as the UN recognized government. So we are protected to be supporting that other side. Therefore, we have to make very clear that South Africa is neutral, it's not taking any side on this matter. And therefore, we'll reconsider our honorary consul once the situation has been resolved within themselves as both the Republic of Yemen people. The last highlight, which is not reflected there, Honorable Chair, is the challenge around the management of pilgrimages from South Africa. I'm sure you are aware that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia hosts the custody of the two holy mosques, both Mecca and Medina. And South Africa is one of the countries that have a large percentage of Muslim community, with a backlog ranging from apartheid, as we are all aware. Our pilgrimages are facing such challenges. In 2022, when President Ramaphosa was here, the President pleaded with His Royal Highness to increase the quota of our Muslims to attend the pilgrimage from 2,005 to 3,000, which was only done once in a year in 2023. And from there, 2024, and the current year, it was then reduced back to 2005. And for the next year, it has further been reduced to 1,400. But Chair, the serious challenge, I'm sure, is what the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa has already debated around the internal challenges amongst the structures that manage the internal challenges around the pilgrimages in South Africa, in terms of access in particular. And therefore, if there are questions, I'm sure we are ready to answer such areas. But we will also incorporate it in writing in the main framework of the report that you have presented. So with these very few words, I'm not sure whether I've taken much of your time, but I want to thank you for opportunity. Thank you, and looking forward for the support on both Bahrain and Oman by the Portfolio Committee in terms of visa exemptions. Thank you very much.
If I may, Chair, Syria is on standby, and His Excellency, our Ambassador Ashraf Suleiman, indicated that he was muted. So if we may kindly, through you, request the technical team to ensure that he is unmuted, that would be useful.
Okay, I'm sure they've taken note of that. Thank you. Let's proceed, Mr. Suleiman. Your Excellency. Lubabalo, we are told it's us who have muted His Excellency. Can we unmute him?
Chairperson, Ambassador Suleiman is not muted, Chair. I think it could be the network on his side, Chairperson. That's a challenge.
Let's proceed to the next until we come back to Ambassador Sulumani. Over to you, my sister. Drive your forces.
Thank you very, very much, Honorable Chairperson. Can we please invite our ambassador to Qatar, His Excellency Ghulam Asmal, to please present his country? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, e.g. colleagues at head office and around the world. Let me first begin by thanking the Portfolio Committee for this opportunity to engage with people on the ground. More specifically, because I believe that many of the nuances in diplomacy cannot be gleaned from desktop research or reports, but have to be done from people on the ground. But also, more importantly, as a diplomat outside, we sometimes feel like refugees with diplomatic passports and writers that nobody reads. Let me also say, Chair and members of the Portfolio Committee, that there are certain intangible assets that South Africa has in the Middle East that we have to capitalize on. One is the first is the goodwill we have accrued for embarking on the case of the ICJ. Although at the official level, not many governments have supported it, but at the populist level, it has created a lot of appreciation and appreciation for the stands we have taken. In fact, the South African Embassy in Qatar has engaged with one of the leading think tanks in the Middle East to get our court submissions translated into Arabic, which has now been published and has become compulsory reading for university students that are engaged with the process. The second intangible asset in recent past is of course the G20 that we have, that many speakers, the ministers, DG and the chair had alluded to. Not only has it accrued, not has it shown impressiveness in terms of logistical execution, but in terms of substance as well. Chair, to understand Qatar, I think we need to understand engaging with Qatar. We need to delve a bit and understand who Qataris are. Qatar is a very small country. It has a population of 2.4 million, of which only 330,000 are nationals. The majority of the country are foreigners resident and working here. It has a GDP of 145,000 US dollars, and the size is only 11.5 square kilometers. However, despite its small size, it finds itself in a neighborhood that is a very dangerous neighborhood where three countries are opposing each other to become hegemons. That's the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Iran. Domestically, there are no threats to the Qatari government, but it is the region itself that the external threats which weigh heavily on Qatar, and I will come to that later. In dealing with Qatar, Chair, there are two events that deeply affected the psyche of Qataris. One is the blockade of the UAE by UAE, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, and Egypt from 2017 to 2019. Qataris never imagined that their own neighborhood would turn on them and subject them to a blockade. South Africa had wisely not taken sides in the blockade, while many other African countries had withdrawn their ambassadors. We had not withdrawn the ambassadors. In fact, we increased our exports to this country during that period, and this is very much appreciated by Qataris. However, the blockade had certain consequences. It realized the inner strength of Qataris. It solidified the national identity. But more importantly, it broadened their foreign policy engagements. Prior to the blockade, sub-Saharan Africa and Latin America did not feature in Qatar's foreign policy or in its economy. However, since the blockade had occurred, now we see an increasing number of workers from Africa working in Qatar, and a number of imports that are from these countries as well. It has also allowed space for new players to come into the field, such as Turkey, with which Qatar has a strategic relationship. The second impact of Qatar has been the missile attack by Iran and Israel. The attack by Iran was, one would say, a negotiated response and had been managed. However, the attack by Israel in a residential area that targeted Hamas negotiating team is more severe. In fact, the Qatari Prime Minister said that Qatar felt betrayed, and he called into question the effectiveness of the U.S. security umbrella. Questions have been raised that despite hosting one of the largest U.S. base in the region, how is it conceivable that the missiles were not detected? In its execution of foreign policy and in its dealings, Qatar has three assets. One is an ambitious ruling family and a ruling elite that is very visionary. Chair, in 1995, when I arrived in Qatar for a few days to establish diplomatic relations, there was only one building in the country of note, and it was the Sheraton Hotel. Today, it has modern smart cities, skyscrapers, and it has among the largest, highest living standards in the world. Having a benevolent dictator also means that that the caliber of their ministers are extremely high. During the one of the last visits that the late Minister Pravin Gordhan made internationally was to Qatar, and he observed how articulate and how each of the cabinet ministers he interacted with were experts. And he joked that, the reason for the effectiveness was that they only have one master to serve, and that is the Amir. Resources are not constraining. Their budgets are handsome. They do not have to contend with hostile press or questions from either legislature or any of their arms. They have the highest number of PhDs in the cabinet and have embarked on an ambitious program of educating its young people. Today at Qatar University, 65% of the students are female. The second is the vast natural resources, especially LNG. It's the second largest supplier of LNG, and the Ukraine-Russian war had been a boon to them. Because it created new markets for its LNG. It looks to secure long-term contracts, especially 25-year contracts, especially with leading economies like Japan, China, India, and Korea. South Africa is exploring the possibility of getting LNG from Qatar to offset the anticipated gas shortage in a few years' time. Thirdly, Qatar has been able to turn regional and international geopolitical contradictions to its advantage. Qatar's foreign policy is rooted in pragmatism, and it straddles because it's in a complex geopolitical region. It has managed, for instance, to have the US base on its soil, yet have friendships with Iran. It has also been able to house Hamas members, the political wing of Hamas in Qatar at the request of Israel. In order to survive, Qatar employs soft power tools, and there are three in particular. One is the media, which is specifically Al Jazeera, which covers issues not covered by other medias. An example of this is the wall-to-wall coverage it gave on the genocide on Gaza. Al Jazeera is very well disposed towards South Africa. The mission has established good relations with them, and it's probably the only media that fully covered our submissions to the ICJ live, as well as extensive commentary, positive commentary thereafter. The second soft power tool is humanitarian assistance, which is largely by the Qatar Foundation, which concentrates mostly on education issues and health. It's headed by the mother of the Emir Sheikh Hamoza, and they have reached out to South African educational institutions for cooperation. In fact, we are in the process of establishing a school of mediation. Qatar is in the process of establishing and financing a school of mediation at University of Johannesburg. There are a number of international universities that have campuses here, such as Georgetown University, Northwest University, and others. And a number of South Africans are pursuing their postgraduate studies at this university. The third soft power foreign policy pillar, the major foreign policy pillar of Qatar is mediation. Through mediation, it makes itself relevant in geopolitics and it punches above its weight. It has been involved in mediation in Afghanistan, in Ukraine, where for the release of children and prisoners of war. It has also been active in the transition from the Assad regime to the new government. And lately, it has it negotiated between the DRC and Rwanda, and the DRC and M23. With regard to Qatar's mediation efforts in Africa, there are some red flags that we can flag. While we encourage any efforts to secure peace on the continent and especially in the DRC, there are certain constraints which Qatar's mediation efforts. The first is the reservation that we have is Qatar seems to coordinate more with non-African actors such as the USA and France on African issues rather than on African issues. Although they may have the resources, the financial resources to host these mediation efforts, the Qatar Foreign Ministry is rather small, and the negotiation team is also very small. Thus, it seeks to have quick gains. However, as we know, negotiations in Africa is not a race, but it's a marathon, and we doubt whether they have the staying power to do so. Qatar has been reluctant to get involved in the Sudan issue because of the involvement of Saudi Arabia in peace efforts and accusations that the UAE has been a belligerent in this efforts. With regard to relations with South Africa, almost all former presidents have visited Qatar on state visits, and President Ramaphosa visited in November 2024. A reciprocal visit is expected from the Emir. Our relations with Qatar is primarily on investments, Ironically, South Africa is more invested in Qatar than Qatar is invested in South Africa. Cecil has a very profitable operation here and have a joint venture with, called Oryx with 51% Qatar and 49% Oryx. The problem with getting investments with Qatar are twofold. Firstly, most of the consultants at the Qatar Investment Authority, which is the sovereign fund, are either from the US or America and are not aware of African opportunities and have a bias against it. But more importantly, Qatar Investment Authority has a risk-averse strategy towards investments. It prefers to take a minority stake in going concerns. However, given the vibrancy of South Africa's economy, if there is a minority stake available in a concern, it is snapped up by our own insurance companies and our own financial sectors. Qatar is also a major market for our consumer goods. Lulu Supermarkets has a depot in South Africa where it sources consumer goods for South Africa, and is the current imports are approximately $20 million, and we expect it to rise by 50% in the next year. In terms of infrastructure, Qatar is South Africa's gateway internationally. There are 4 flights daily from Johannesburg, 2 from Cape Town and 2 to Durban, and they have bought a stake in Fly South Africa. Being the hub has created certain problems for South Africa in that a number of South Africans have been arrested in Qatar for drug trafficking. At the moment, we have about 15 South African nationals that are serving sentences from life to 25 years. Chair, as it has been stated previously, DIRCO itself cannot fulfill its mandate alone in having vibrant relationships. It depends on other institutes as well. And while tourism, I want to delve on a few sectors which we encounter difficulties. First, with regard to tourism, I think the tourism strategy towards the Middle East has to be re-looked. While promotional activities take place in markets that show a high number of tourists, the inverse should be applied to countries in the Middle East and Qatar as well. Qatari and Arab tourists may be fewer in number, but their spending power is much higher because they come from countries with high disposable income. Many of them do not pay taxes. There's free education, free healthcare, so they have high ratios of disposable income. Chair, in the 3.5 years that I have been here, I have not been able to secure any promotional material from South Africa that is culturally sensitive and appeals to this market. The embassy negotiates often free exhibition space, and it's difficult to get tourism either from the provinces or from national to come to these areas. We sit with a situation where officials have to bring artifacts from their own homes to promote South Africa, and we are receiving great competition from Kenya and Tanzania for tourists from South Africa. Another obstacle towards increasing trade is the non-responsiveness of South African enterprises. It still boggles the minds of the mission that it has to beg companies to respond to trade inquiries as if they are doing them a favor. My colleagues have referred to the issue of visas, but consular issues also, the Department of Home Affairs consular issue also needs to be addressed to the biggest attraction of negative publicity to the mission comes from consular issues. There are 4,000 to 5,000 South African residents in Qatar, and the delay in getting documentation for them causes damage to the image of the embassy as well of South Africa.
Excuse me, Chair, and also excuse me to Ambassador Asmal.
I'm finishing off. I've got 2 points, DG. Lastly, there's a lot of potential for defense as well. The relations between the defense industries have been strained because promises were made and not fulfilled in the past, and this seems to have been cured. In a nutshell, and to conclude, there is a lot of potential between Qatar, and despite its small size, but it needs the cooperation of many other departments as well. Thank you very much, Chair.
Is it His Excellency Sulumani?
Eventually, Chairperson.
We are happy to see you.
I'm also equally happy to see you and wishing you well, Chairperson, together with distinguished members of the Portfolio Committee, heads of missions in the Middle East, the DG and DERCO officials. I'd like to apologize for the mishap earlier. I'm not sure. Maybe it is part of the problem that we experience in this part of the world, given Syria going through its transitional process, and it may have some technical challenges with the IT systems here. But Chairperson, let me also pick up on
We have seen you. You can switch off the video.
Okay. Chairperson, allow me to just also pick on the points that you raised earlier on the overstretched financial constraints and the desire to go virtual. But I hope in the development or refashioning the relationship with both Syria and Lebanon, it will be my pleasure to receive the Portfolio Committee here in person to give the Portfolio Committee a better sense of what's happening in the changing times that we have in this part of the world. The Middle East region continues to remain the center of attraction for major powers due to its geostrategic importance and, of course, because of the huge energy resources. It is particularly for that reason that Syria and Lebanon share a fatal attraction of a geopolitical kind, as all major global players have some stake, some major or some at a lesser in the region, and asserting their stakes militarily, economically, diplomatically in this part of the world. Turkey, Iran, Russia, the US, and of course Israel are very much involved in both in Syria and in Lebanon in one way or the other. Turkey, which supported the Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, the leaders of the coalition that overthrew the Bashar Assad regime, is beginning to increase its influence in this part of the world. Only last week, the First Secretary Political, Mr. Sangani, and myself went to Aleppo, which is, interestingly, the oldest city in the world, and it was also part of the Silk Route. And the Syrians are very keen in participating in resuming the importance of this historical city. And we found the willingness of the people, the governorate of Aleppo, together with the business chamber, very keen in developing economic relations. While I'm on that point, I must say that there were many businesses during the period of the war, the internecine war, from 2011 to 2024, had moved some of their businesses more to Turkey and also to Egypt. In fact, one of the biggest companies is this textile factory that employs 15,000 people. We spoke to the to business there, and they are keen on accessing the South African market and also in developing the textile industry in our country, or participating in the textile industry in our country. Iran and Russia are forced to reconsider their strategic priorities in Syria and in Lebanon. You could see the president, Shara, had been the guest of President Putin recently, and there is now a sense of engagement with the Russian Federation. Iran has been forced out because of its close contact with the former regime and had played a particular role here. The politics of that we can speak about if you so want during discussion. Israel continues to occupy the Golan Heights. It continues to occupy the governorate of Quneitra. And only last week, we see Prime Minister Netanyahu violating the sovereignty of Syria by coming in here. And of course, we also found that they continuously bomb both Lebanon and Syria. A few days ago, there was this particular attack on the chief of staff of Hezbollah in Beirut. Lebanon is the center of a profound change and regional geopolitical rebalancing, with increased Saudi and Western influence and pushback against Iran and its most significant ally in Lebanon, Hezbollah. Chairperson, I would want to say in my interaction with both the foreign ministry in Lebanon and when I presented my credentials in May of this year to President Aoun, they are very, very keen on learning from our experiences of how we integrate the non-statutory forces into the regular Lebanese defense force. And we will be engaging Lebanon in that regard in a bigger way in 2026. What was considered to be the axis of resistance with the loss of Damascus as a key strategic ally, Iran finds itself facing a situation of increasing vulnerability, both on the security and political levels. Syria and Lebanon are emerging out of the major political and economic challenges. There was a serious crisis that Lebanon experienced in 2019 with the economic downfall. And I must say, Chairperson, that our staff, we had some of the pension of the staff had been affected by it, but I can also safely say we are at an advanced stage of negotiation with a particular bank. It's a French bank, and we hope to come to some resolution on that particular matter. But in pursuit of South Africa's own strategic goals and DIRCO's contribution, the opportunities in Syria and Lebanon are almost limitless in reconstruction and development, trade and investment. My visit recently to Aleppo and also to Idlib, by the way, Idlib, the governorate of Idlib, was where the final offensive against the former regime was launched from. I was a bit skeptical that we wouldn't be received well, but fortunately we were received very favorably. They are very, very keen on engaging us on a number of issues, and we will be taking that up with them. Chairperson, earlier I think Ms. Ibrahim had mentioned of investments that come from this part of the world. You will know that the former Prime Minister of Lebanon, Mikati, has had a substantial stake in MTN. MTN Syria is owned by the MTN Group, which is based in South Africa. It has the MTN Group has 70% stake in Syria. There had been a problem with the former regime, but we have been engaging the Minister of communications here, telecommunications, Minister Hakel, and I'm expecting to see him again in the coming weeks. Hopefully, we will be able to restore MTN stake, the MTN group stake in MTN Syria. Of course, Cell C is now solely owned by a Lebanese company, by the Hariri Group, Ojetal. And of course, Ojetal own 80% of Cell C. So these, and there has been recently also a buyout by a joint venture company, a UAE South Africa, UAE Lebanese company that bought the McDonald's in South Africa. One of the things that we have, because the purpose of this particular engagement with the portfolio committee is to look at the bilateral mechanisms. Now, what we had successfully done is we had already signed the MOU on bilateral political and economic cooperations, both with Lebanon and Syria. What we need to do is now to use this mechanism to strengthen bilateral cooperation at all levels. Now, this is headed by our ministers of international cooperation and the ministers of foreign affairs here. So this is something that I have also engaged the Syrian foreign minister. He is hoping to meet with our Minister Lamola. We are hoping that they could meet at a third destination where both of them are available. We had tried to secure that in Spain recently, but I think the schedules of both ministers did not allow that meeting to take place. South Africa, Syria, and Lebanon have common position on issues affecting the Middle East region related to Palestine, and South Africa normally supports Syria and Lebanon in international fora such as the United Nations Security Councils, BRICS, NAM, Human Rights Councils on the issue of the Golan Heights, and now, as I had mentioned, Quneitra and Jabal al-Sheikh. I think these are issues that are very close to the hearts of Syria and Lebanon. Those who are following the media will see every time when President Shar'a is asked about the Abrahamic Accords, because I see that has been surfacing amongst some of my colleagues, he would always say that the difference with Syria is that Israel occupies Golan Heights and occupies the lands of Syria, and that is one of the reasons that they would not sign up to the Abrahamic Accords. But that is at the one level. And then, of course, Israel occupies 5 villages or cities in southern Lebanon. And this goes against the agreement, the November 2024 agreement that was signed between Israel and Lebanon. As I indicated earlier in my engagement with both the Lebanese Foreign Ministry and also Syria, the political parties in Lebanon want South Africa to play a more positive, play a role in the peace process, both in Lebanon, Palestine, and hopefully in helping Syria when it comes to national reconciliation, constitution building process, and post-conflict reconstruction and development. There is an increased need for ties to a high-level context to exploit the full potential in commerce, trade, tourism, education, and culture. We have a series of agreements that we have signed with Syria, with the former regime, but we need to look at activating this with the new administration, in particular Syria. In Lebanon, we have a few agreements, Chairperson, but it comes with diplomatic ties. Ms. Ibrahim had already alluded to it. I think we can, the potential with Lebanon is immense, because in as much as the biggest Arab community in South Africa is of Lebanese origin, there are many Lebanese business persons in Southern Africa utilizes the financial institutions in South Africa to do their business. And what we need to do is to enhance what the former Lebanese ambassador in South Africa, Kabalan Franje, had initiated a Southern Africa Lebanese Business Council. What we need to do is, obviously, I think the purpose of this meeting, as we know, is to pursue our national interests, both in Syria and in Lebanon. I think this was also indicated in the introductory remarks made by Minister Lamola earlier today. What we need to do, and this is our task in 2026, is to prioritize bilateral trade and investment both in Syria and in Lebanon. I think what we need to do, what didn't come out, and I alluded to it to some extent earlier when I said that both Lebanese business and Syrian business use the neighboring states to conduct their businesses with South Africa, and in particular from the UAE, and to a lesser extent from Saudi Arabia and Qatar. I think in our bilateral engagement, we need to see how we can partner Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates to develop this. We have already a strategic partnership with Saudi Arabia. Just to give you an example, there was a fundraising campaign that was launched in the city of Hama over the past weekend. Qatar invested, pledged $80 million. And I know all these countries don't have the expertise that we had. Much has been spoken about AI, and this is one of the reasons I will, although there is MTN would like to walk away from here, I would feel differently, because I think we can utilize the MTN Syria or the MTN group to penetrate the AI market. The Minister of Health is very keen, and there were many victims of war here, to sign an MOU on health. A similar request had been made by the Minister of Social Affairs and Labor. As we are participating in this meeting, I have our head of consular section meeting with the Ministry of Social Affairs to deal with issues related to both labor and also, in a way, strengthen bilateral cooperation at the social affairs. I hope, Chairperson, that in terms of agreements that we have an agreement on higher cooperation with Syria. We also have an economic and trade cooperation, which hasn't been enforced, although it was signed way back in 2010. And as we know, our former deputy president was here. And we also have a protocol on cooperation. And of course, the most recent one has been the MOU on bilateral consultation on political and economic cooperation that is expected to be headed by Minister Lamola. In the same way, with Lebanon, we have a long way to go, although we have exchanged notes on the establishment of diplomatic relations. And again, in 2023, when the former Deputy Minister of International Relations, Mrs. Candice Mashekho-Dlamini, was here, we had signed the Memorandum of Understanding on bilateral consultation on political and economic cooperation. With that, Chairperson, I'd like to say thank you to you and to your committee.
What? Continue to be in charge, my sister. We're left with two charge the affairs. Acting.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for indulging us. We have one of our two chargés d'affaires. It's Ms. Busimpungose, who is in Kuwait. Madam Chargée d'Affaires, you have the floor. 10 to 15 minutes as per the guideline, please.
Thank you, Acting DDG. Greetings to the Honorable Chairperson and the Honorable members, our DG, and the rest of the colleagues in our business unit. We are based in Kuwait, and our work is informed by the strategic objectives that has been set by the department, especially for the current financial year. Our objectives are to strengthen the political relations, especially at the executive level, the promotion of the exportation of South Africa's food products and non-food fast-moving consumer goods, and establish trading partnerships to increase export trade and the number of South African products into the Kuwaiti market. The promotion of South Africa's tourism, which includes medical and leisure, as well as cultural diplomacy in the hospitality sector, and through participation and attending of events hosted in the host country. The promotion of South Africa's health sector and pharmaceutical industry, and as well as the promotion of investment in various sectors of the South African economy. For the portfolio committee to understand the work that the mission is undertaking in the Kuwait, it is important to give an overview of the political situation in Kuwait, as well as the economic outlook. Kuwait is a small but rich country in the GCC, which is the Gulf Cooperation Council. It is politically stable, but in a complex region that is characterized by various interests of major powers. The population of Kuwait is 4.8 million, but the 3 million of this population is the expatriates. The country has a parliamentary system. It is the only country in the GCC with a parliamentary system, but there are no official political parties. As of May 2024, the National Assembly and the articles related to the parliament's in the Kuwait Constitution, are currently suspended, and all the powers are placed on the Amir, supported by the Crown Prince and the Council of Ministers. Kuwait is currently the chair of the GCC, and under its presidency, it continues to champion the importance of cohesion and its importance for security and stability of the region. Kuwait housed the NATO offices, and these were established in 2017, and this is the first time that the NATO presence is in the Gulf region. In terms of bilateral interest, South Africa's bilateral interest, Kuwait holds a similar position as South Africa in respect of the Israel-Palestine issue, and it continues to support the Middle East peace process. Humanitarian assistance is another instrument to project Kuwait foreign policy globally through its significant contributions in various multilateral organizations and initiatives. Kuwait has an observer status in the African Union and is also a non-regional member of the African Development Bank. Kuwait has allocated the amount of 11.4 billion USD in easy loans for development projects in Africa through the Kuwait Fund for Arabic Economic Development, which is called KFED. KFED is a key instrument of Kuwait's foreign policy that provides grants and concessionary loans for socio-economic development projects in some development countries, including Africa. I must indicate that the mission has taken an interest on KFED, not just to get loans from them, but to look at the possibility for partnership in a number of projects that the KFED undertakes in various countries on our continent. And they've expressed a very keen interest to have South Africa also on board as a part of its partnership. And they've indicated that they are available and they are willing to negotiate with South Africa in terms of granting loans, because this was an issue that we had previously with them, and also in terms of supporting the development project also in South Africa. They are ready to meet with their counterparts from South Africa, and that engagement is being facilitated. While diplomatic relations between South Africa and Kuwait were established like 29 years ago, there's still an opportunity to strengthen these at the executive level, as well as the senior officials level. Minister Pando's official visit to Kuwait in April 2021 and Minister McPherson's in February 2025 were of major significance, more so that the last ministerial engagement between the two countries was in 2003. The long overdue launch of South Africa-Kuwait Joint Commission for Cooperation, as indicated through the previous presentations from the desk, and the signing of the draft agreements and the MOUs during the 2025-2026 financial year are further opportunities to deepen these relations. The launch of the JCC will pave the way of exchange visits between the two countries at all levels, including the flagged ministerial visits to Kuwait in the first quarter of 2026. The long-established ties between the two countries serve as a fertile ground on which South Africa-Kuwait relations could be developed for a win-win outcome on the both sides, with the main objectives being to develop these relations into a strategic partnership with improved interaction and engagement at the executive level. Also to establish South Africa as Kuwait's premier partner on the African continent in support of South Africa's and the African development agenda. Also for South Africa to be considered among the most preferred countries for trade, investment and tourism in Kuwait. Kuwait's relations with Africa are also growing, with about 34 African embassies resident in Kuwait. In terms of economic diplomacy, Kuwait is a petroleum-based economy with the strongest currency globally. To make an example, the 1 KD of Kuwait is equal to 60 rands of South Africa. And Kuwait has a relatively open economy with crude oil reserves of more than 6% of the world's reserves. The state is a dominant player in the Kuwaiti economy, and the long-term goal of increasing the role of the private sector remains the work in progress. Most foreign companies and investors are required to have a local partner in order to operate in Kuwait. Kuwait launched its Vision 2035, aimed at transforming Kuwait into a regional financial and trade center. With this vision, they call for involvement of public-private partnership as well as foreign partnerships for the implementation of its projects. At a bilateral level, South Africa has strong economic relations with Kuwait, and there is a great opportunity for further pursuit of South Africa's economic diplomacy. Kuwait is emerging as an important market for South African exports, that is the livestock, food products, processed foods, and products. However, South Africa is unable to fully exploit this opportunity due to the ban on importation of poultry products since 2011. And the FMD outbreak in South Africa acts as another threat to the mission's objectives in this regard. Several Kuwait companies are investing in South Africa. For example, the Kuwait Investment Authority, which is ranked the 5th amongst the largest top sovereign wealth funds in the world, is one of the major investors in the South African Stock Exchange in various portfolios, and their investment is estimated at the US $2 billion as of 2023. The IFA Hotels and Resorts in the real estate, through the Legends Golf and the Safari Resort in Limpopo Province and the Zimbabwe Lakes in KwaZulu-Natal. And they have plans also for expansion into the hospitality industry for the next 10 years, which includes opening hotels, amongst others, in South Africa. Also, Al Mawashi Livestock Trading Company investing in the importation of live animals by sea. Their last shipment was in February 2024 with an estimate of US 10 million. Currently, their operations are on hold due to the outbreak of FMD in South Africa. The company has expansion plans to open halal butcheries and abattoirs in South Africa. There is also a Capico Group, which is investing in the automotive sector and are also planning to open more outlets and expand their current investment now into the real estate sector. Also, currently, the mission is in engagement with a potential Kuwaiti investor who has expressed interest to explore the Cougar LNG import terminal project in the Eastern Cape, and as well as the SAPREF building a refinery in Durban. Both these projects are worth more than 15 USD billions in value. South Africa is also becoming one of the favorable tourism destinations for Kuwaiti travelers and expatriates. There are economic or trade investment potential opportunities that could be derived from the wealthy Kuwaitis' exposure to the South African market through tourism. In terms of our commitment, following the signing of the JCC agreement by former Minister Pando with their Kuwaiti counterpart in 2021, the decision then was taken for South Africa to host the inaugural JCC. This is the same session that is outstanding and which the earlier presentation by Ms. Fanat referred to. And we are very excited as a mission to know that the JCC is now considered to take place within the first months of 2026. And currently the engagement with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs are ongoing. And we are planning the pre-consultations between our two countries at the DDG level. There are several draft agreements and MOU pending finalization between the two countries, and there are those that have been prioritized with the hope that by the time the JCC is convened, they could be ready for signing as part of the substantial outcomes of that inaugural meeting. And these include the agreement on agriculture and on the air services agreement, amongst others. There is also the draft MOU between South African Chamber of Commerce and Industry with their counterpart in Kuwait. They finalized, within 2024, they finalized their negotiations, and the South African Chamber's president was invited to come to Kuwait for signing and for further engagement between the two businesses. They were due to visit Kuwait in June 2025, but then requested to postpone the visit to later in 2025. The coordination of this visit is led between the DTIC, which is Department of Trade and Industry and Competition, and the SACI from the South African side. And the mission has been following up on the progress in this regard, if it will still be possible for this year, 2025. Also, on a highlight, we've received communication from the South African side, which was a response to their counterpart from Kuwait with regard to the conclusion of the protocol amending the agreement between the two governments on the avoidance of double taxation and the prevention of fiscal evasion with respect to taxes on income. This protocol was ratified last year, but then there was a remaining question in terms of the interpretation of Article 7, paragraph 2. So just last week, we received confirmation from the South African side responding to the Kuwaitis that they have the same understanding. So this protocol, this amending protocol has now been finalized. There are many opportunities for South African companies in the Kuwait. There are annual events, big events in the hospitality industry, which attracts a lot of businesses and decision makers. More than 500 brands, they are on display during these events. And we've invited our South African companies through the DTIC to take this opportunity. And I must say, through the HoReCa, that is how then the relationship between the South Africa and the Al Mawashi, which is a state-owned investment by Kuwait, it came as a result of these HoReCa events, and we always encourage our companies to participate. There is also another big event, annual event, which is the Agricultural Expo, of which the mission was approached by its organizers with interest to have South Africa as its partner in hosting of this annual event. The discussions are ongoing, so that we wanted to understand what it means that you want South Africa to partner with you. I must say that South Africa is becoming one of the favorite tourism destinations for travelers from Kuwait, with the numbers in 2023 total to 1,477, and to date it's on 2,418. And there is an ongoing request, just like the ambassadors from the other embassies in the region have indicated, Kuwait is requesting the South African government to consider the visa regime extended to them as it was done with the Saudi, the UAE, and the Qatar. Other than that, in terms of the recommendations, I want to also emphasize on the need for intervention in terms of the support role by other government departments, which is critical for the work and the bilateral relations between South Africa and Kuwait, as also indicated by other ambassadors in the region. And we also encourage the continuous engagement by relevant departments with their counterpart entities in the host countries in terms of the pressing or developing issues such as the FMD, because it has become a very, very big issue. Because with this as well, there's the issue of the issuing of veterinary health certificates, which is also delaying in terms of the operations or the trade, the business between the two countries. And then I must also emphasize on the finalization of the guidelines or the strategy regulating the exportation of live animals by sea. There were reports of a petition, like Ambassador Mkwena has indicated as well. There's the same issue that is affecting Kuwait, the petition by Animal Welfare, which was circulating, where they were trying to stop the government in legitimizing this trade process. And it's affecting mostly our countries, because it's dominantly by the Middle East countries, which is like Kuwait and the Saudis and the UAE, amongst others. In the interest of time, please allow me to stop without engaging on the challenges, because they are very similar to those presented by other ambassadors. I thank you, Chairperson.
My sister, I gave you the responsibility to proceed to the end.
Oh, thank you very much, Chairperson. I didn't realize. Now for a strong finish from Dubai, we have on the screen our chargé d'affaires there, Mr. Johan Oberholzer. Mr. Johan Oberholzer, please take your inspiration from your immediate predecessor, or do better. Thank you.
Acting DG, what's the name? I just see Acting DG here. I just continue to say my sister, who's speaking?
Oh, pardon me, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Zodwa Lali. I am the acting DDG of the branch Asia and Middle East.
Okay, Zodwa. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable members of the Portfolio Committee, DG Dangor, DDG Ambassador Lali, Excellencies Ambassadors in the region. My name is Johan Oberholzer. I'm based in Abu Dhabi at our embassy in Abu Dhabi. We have two offices, two missions in the UAE, the embassy here and the consulate in Dubai. I will this afternoon, if you'll allow me, Chair, speak to the 2 or 3 slides here that you will have in front of you. And then after that, share with you my own impressions of developments in the UAE in terms of relations with South Africa. So if I may then start, the South Africa-UAE agreement on the establishment of the Joint Commission for Bilateral Cooperation was signed on 14 November 2011 at ministerial level. The first meeting was held on 31 August 2015 in Abu Dhabi, while the second session was held in October 2018 in Pretoria. The UAE Minister of State was appointed by the UAE Foreign Minister as the ministerial envoy for the SA-UAE bilateral relations, as well as to be the co-chair, as Ms. Barnard mentioned earlier in the presentation, co-chair of the JC. South Africa, in a gesture of reciprocity, also appointed its Deputy Minister of International Relations and Cooperation as ministerial envoy to co-chair the Joint Commission. And as was mentioned before, it is anticipated that the next meeting will be in 2026, on our side, chaired by Deputy Minister Moraka. The third session of the Joint Commission was held in Abu Dhabi in June 23 and was co-chaired by Dirko, Deputy Minister, and International Relations and UAE Minister of State. The key outcomes include an agreement to enhance bilateral economic relations, Maybe, Chair, if I can interrupt myself there, that I have seen since my arrival at this mission is absolutely 100% the focus of our relationship economic diplomacy on a daily basis, and I will elaborate on that a little bit later. So it is to enhance economic bilateral relations by enhancing economic trade and investment data, promote the exchange of visits through trade missions and official delegations between the two countries, participation of private sector companies and institutions in events to introduce both UAE and South Africa, projects and investment opportunities and the regulation of investment and environment in both countries to promote private sector engagement. Sir, then if I may continue, there's also the Masdar and its subsidiary Infinity Power and the IDC. I will also elaborate on that a little bit later to form a joint working group on energy, renewables and transition to facilitate the sharing of solutions and proposals between the two parties. A working group or task force will also continue to direct engagement on finding solutions to supply LNG to South Africa directly and to assess the project of LNG terminal. If we can continue to the next page, next slide, please, colleagues. In order to access the $10 billion, and this is also what was referred to earlier, investment undertaken during the state visit by President Ramaphosa, that should be in 2018, South Africa and the UAE had several rounds of negotiations on a new investment protection agreement, as the UAE, however, insists on a bilateral investment treaty as a prerequisite for the sovereign wealth funds to invest in South Africa. Several rounds of discussions were held in recent months, the latest very recently, 3 to 6 November in Abu Dhabi during the visit by Minister Parkstar to the UAE. The UAE also proposed that South Africa enter into a comprehensive economic partnership agreement, the CEPA, that will include pillars such as free trade agreement, a bilateral investment treaty, and an agreement for the avoidance of double taxation and the prevention of fiscal evasion with respect to taxes on income. This agreement and its protocol exist and was ratified in November 2016. This proposal is being considered at present, bearing in mind that as a member of SACU, Southern African Customs Union, South Africa is bound by Article 31 of the 2002 SACU agreement that requires member states to negotiate trade agreements with third parties as a collective and not individually. Chair, maybe I can just add here, it is one of the single biggest matters that is being raised with me here on the ground by the UAE government is the CEPA agreement. I know it is being discussed on a technical level and as was discussed now with the minister's visit, but the UAE is actively signing CEPA agreements with the rest of the world, including various countries in Africa. I will elaborate on that a little bit later. Then next point is just the royal family maintains its properties in South Africa. Then there is the planned visit, it's a regional visit by the Minister of Agriculture to the UAE in January 2026 as part of a regional tour to attend the Gulf Food Show, which will take place in Dubai, but we are hoping that we can also arrange a program for him in Abu Dhabi. The UAE is a member of the Abraham Accords. And then, as I mentioned earlier, the next session of the Joint Commission in South Africa is scheduled to take place in 2026. Thank you. Important developments since the last session is the MOU on arts and culture signed by Minister Mackenzie, 23 November 2024. The visit by Minister Tal, who led a business delegation to the UAE from 4 to 8 November, which included meetings with the Minister of Foreign Trade, Minister of Economy and Tourism, during which the protocol amending the bilateral air services agreement was signed in Abu Dhabi on 6 November. And then it is anticipated that the MOU on tourism cooperation will be signed by Minister Dalil in Riyadh in Saudi in December 2025. Chair, in short, those are some of the most important issues. If you will now allow me just to share with you a little bit my experience in terms of the impact of the Joint Commission. I think the main purpose of the Joint Commission is obviously to overall and do an overview of the progress in areas of technical cooperation between the two countries. And for me, this is critical in terms of what I've experienced here. I know the business unit have seen many of these documents that I've shared with them, but we are now standing, to give you an idea, at 27 delegations thus far this year to the UAE. Chair, in the majority of not in the majority, but in many cases, we have delegations arriving, attending seminars, conferences without DIRCO on the embassy's knowledge. And I think this is an important function of the Joint Commission to do coordination and emphasize the importance of the coordination of visits. It is not only on a bilateral level, it's easier to manage them, but when it comes to events such as international seminars and conferences hosted in the UAE in collaboration with, let's say, for example, the World Health Organization, we do find, especially from the provincial and local government level, various delegations arriving here from time to time without our prior knowledge. Just a little bit more in addition to the Joint Commission, we anticipate it will attend and look at political relations between the two countries, economic relations, the economic diplomacy part, as I mentioned before, cooperation in the field of defense, legal matters, consular affairs with home affairs, energy cooperation, agriculture, forestry and fisheries, and then lastly tourism. In terms of the UAE, one or two of the uniqueness, if you will allow me to share that quickly, Chair, it's a population of 11 million, of which only 1 million is Emirati. So it's an Emirati population by far in the minority. The majority is from India, 2.7 million, Pakistan, 1.2 million. The reason I'm mentioning this, we have an estimated 170,000 South Africans living and working in the UAE. I'm told this is the 6th largest South African expat community globally. In terms of the UAE, I would say their main focus is a stable and safe region with the single biggest focus on economic growth. It is anticipated that the 2025 growth would be around 5.3%. The UAE is ranked the 2nd most preferred destination for foreign direct investment after the US. One of the two issues I really need to highlight is the absolute focus on developing the non-oil sector. The non-oil sector year-on-year growth was 14.6%, with the main focus of its economy and growing in the non-oil sector in areas such as tourism, trade and finance. This goes along with the UAE's vision for 2031, a project which they call Vision 2020 to 2031, which aims to reduce the reliance on oil and promote a sustainable, diversified economy, offering potential significant opportunities for South Africa. The robust growth in the non-oil sector, along with investing in the most cutting-edge technologies such as AI, space exploration, etc., firmly place the UAE at the center of global innovation. Chair, on this, there is not a conference, a seminar, an event taking place without focus on artificial intelligence. It is the single biggest area of investment for the UAE at this stage is on artificial intelligence, and I believe typically would be one of the world leaders when it comes to artificial intelligence already. In terms of the Joint Commission, just to break down one or two of the sectors, may I just add that in terms of political relations, of course, we had the visit by Deputy President Mashatile, April 2024, and that visit specifically focused on digital economy. I mentioned the visit by Deputy Minister Muraka earlier this year. Of course, what is important is that the UAE is a BRICS member since January 2024 and was now in South Africa, participated as a guest country of the G20 summit. Maybe I can just add here that the UAE has been very supportive of South Africa's G20 presidency. An additional development that we have been told here, and I have already requested to meet with the Foreign Ministry to follow up on that. It was announced here that the UAE delegation under the leadership of Sheikh Khalid announced a $1 billion project at the G20 to finance artificial intelligence projects in African countries. So far, I was not able to pick up what exactly the details are, but that is the purpose of my meeting with the Foreign Ministry to establish if we could establish more detail as to what this $1 billion investment in projects will entail. It is said that the initiative aims to bolster economic and social development across the continent by developing digital infrastructure, enhancing government services, and improving productivity, focusing on education, agriculture, and infrastructure and sustainable growth. In terms of economic relations, the UAE is South Africa's largest bilateral trading partner in the Middle East, with bilateral trade amounting to $5.22 billion. The UAE is also ranked as South Africa's largest export destination in 2024 in the region, and the second largest source of imports after Oman. I mentioned earlier the comprehensive economic partnership agreements that the UAE entered into. So far, they've entered into 10 of them, and maybe just for interest sake, in Africa already with Congo, Brazzaville, Central African Republic, Kenya, and Morocco. I might just also add that we have a very active, very strong African diplomatic corps representation in the UAE. The last count was that we have 38 African diplomatic missions in the UAE, including 8 or 9 from SADC at this stage. In terms of inward investments to South Africa from the UAE, it's mainly concentrated in real estate, renewable energy, communication, transportation, and warehousing, and financial and business services. South Africa supports, of course, the conclusion of the proposed bilateral investment treaty, as I've mentioned before. I think once we have finalized the investment or trade agreement that is now being negotiated, it will open many more doors and opportunities for South Africa. Maybe in addition, just for interest's sake, already this year we have had 3 delegations from the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure who visited the UAE. In February, the Minister of Public Works was here. In May, followed up by the DG. And this week, we have the Deputy Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure in the UAE to attend a infrastructure and project management conference in Dubai. But they've also arranged some meetings on the sidelines, including yesterday, the Deputy Minister met with the management of Abu Dhabi ports here in Abu Dhabi. So maybe just to add to the visit by the Minister in February, there was a meeting at that stage with Mubadala. Mubadala is one of the largest sovereign wealth funds in the world. And there was great interest from the side of Mubadala to get involved in South Africa's infrastructure development. And that's the reason for the follow-up visits by the DG, and I would assume now by the Deputy Minister as well of Public Works. Maybe another important factor, maybe it goes along with the UAE's investment or focus on the non-oil sector. Just for interest's sake, the headquarters of the International Renewable Energy Agency, IRENA, is also based in Abu Dhabi. The purpose of IRENA is to promote widespread adoption and sustainable use of renewable energy globally. The UAE, of course, as the host country of the IRENA Secretariat or head office, is very much active with IRENA's activities. And it is something that we as South Africa, I believe, can support more and become more active and involved in the activities of IRENA when it comes to sustainable development and renewable energy. I mentioned earlier, Chair, the large South African community. We have, they have called themselves the South African Business Community, SAPCO, represents all the South African companies in the UAE. This includes companies like Investec, Mediclinic, MultiChoice, Seif Properties, and several in the hospitality and retail chains, including Steers, Tasha's Restaurant, Nando's, Mug & Bean. These South African companies who are all investing in the UAE all form part of the South African Business Council. I have to say, if I may compare with some of my previous experiences serving abroad for the department and for the government, it is by far the most active business community I've seen, very supportive of the embassy and the consulate in Dubai, always willing to meet with our delegations when they arrive here in order to share with them also their experiences. So I really have to just highlight the positive role of the South African companies involved here. In terms of defense, we had a defense delegation that attended the International Defense exhibition and conference earlier this year. And then, of course, last week was the annual Dubai Air Show. The Chief of the Defence Force attended, and I'm told by the Defence Attaché at the embassy that there were very positive discussions between the head of the South African National Defence Force and his UAE counterpart, specifically on the Defence Commission that is in existence and how to reactivate it. Apparently, they have not met for a while. So the purpose of this visit also during the Dubai Air Show is to see how soon the two leaders or two heads of the respective defence forces can meet in order to reactivate that committee. Just allow me one or two more issues, please, Chair. In terms of consular cooperation, a positive development that we've had here is that VFS, in cooperation with Home Affairs, now opened offices in Abu Dhabi and in Dubai to specifically assist South African citizens with applications for passports and IDs. That, of course, takes a lot of pressure away from the consulate and our embassy. As South Africans used to apply through us, they can now go straight to the VFS global office that is based here. In terms of agriculture and forestry, we've mentioned the anticipated visit by the minister next year. I maybe just want to add here that a high volume of fresh produce exports is largely due to the UAE's role as a major re-exporter to its neighboring countries. For example, the UAE currently is responsible for 55% of South Africa's citrus exports to the Middle East region. Of course, a lot of it gets re-exported to the rest of the region. And it is the largest importer of citrus fruit from South Africa. One more positive development, I think it was mentioned earlier, was the appointment of an agricultural attaché now to be based in Dubai. Even though we do not have anyone from DTIC, I think the placement of an agricultural attaché in Dubai will play a very big role, and that is quite important for us. In terms of tourism, we mentioned the MOU that Minister De Lille is expected to sign soon. We have seen a gradual increase in tourism figures to South Africa from the UAE. And of course, we have the two major airlines, especially Emirates, operating from Dubai, flying directly to Johannesburg, Cape Town, and Durban. And since August this year, Etihad from Abu Dhabi used to fly 4 days a week. They now fly 7 days a week also to South Africa. Chair, maybe I can conclude with that. Thank you very much.
Chair, without further ado, please allow me to hand the reins of your meeting back to you. The last 4 bullet points of challenges, opportunities, trade stats, and exports and imports, we will take as read and will not go into it. I will also not make any concluding remarks for my team. Back to you. Thank you for indulging us.
Thank you very much, Lily. Thank you very much for managing the meeting. Robert Holzer, you were in Ukraine at some point?
No, Chair. No, I was not in Ukraine.
Oh, thank you. It's my mistake.
Yes, no problem.
I'm confusing you with somebody. Thank you very much for the report. DG, I don't know if you want to say something because the minister did request us to release him. We have time problems. It's almost 1 now, South African time. And members must also prepare for the sitting. I wanted to suggest, honorable members, that we go and digest these presentations, and next week, Wednesday, we do the engagements rather than doing the engagements today, because I don't think we've got sufficient time to do justice to these presentations from a portfolio committee point of view. What's your views, members?
Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
We would like to second your proposal so that we're given enough time to engage instead of just engaging for the sake and we rush each other because of time. So we're seconding your proposal, Chair, and 100% in agreement.
Thanks, Honorable Ngobile.
I'm also seconding the president.
Okay, Honorable Moel. Honorable Douglas?
Mr. Chair, I want to agree with you. I think we won't have enough time to interrogate the presentations. It was quite extensive, and there's quite a number of issues that we can raise. It will give us time also to digest and to come forward and to be able to give enough time to be able to present, our thoughts there on, and then to ask clarifying questions as well. So I would like to agree with that assessment. Thank you.
Okay, DG, is that okay with you, DG?
Good afternoon, Chair, honorable members. Yes, that is okay. Thank you, Chair. I think you were referring to Andrei Grunewald, who was in Ukraine.
Yes, Andrei Grunewald. Yes, Andrei Grunewald. No, thank you very much for that. I'm mixing Miner Andrei Grunewald with Miner Oberholzer. No, thank you very much for that. Now, next week, if I'm not wrong, we were meant to deal with a briefing from the department on developments. Okay, the outcome of the 80th UNGA. So what we can do, DG, we can do a 30 minutes briefing on UNGA. And then as soon as that is done, that we deal with the engagements of the presentations of today. Is that fine?
That's fine. That's fine, Honorable Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much, honorable members. What it means there is that we are pausing this meeting. It will then proceed next week, 9 o'clock in the morning, South African time. It will then be concluded sometime around this time next week on Wednesday. If I'm not wrong, it will be the 3rd. Lubabalo?
Thank you, Chair. It will indeed be the 3rd, Chairperson.
9 o'clock.
9 o'clock, Chair, on Zoom.
Okay, and thank you very much, DG, for marshalling your frontline troopers to the portfolio committee. For now, honorable members, also thank you for listening attentively and taking notes on these important developments between South Africa and countries that we are trading with. For now, we will pause the meeting and then see you next week on Wednesday. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Takens or Dikenzile. Muela, what's the correct version? Okay, Muela is not there. Anyway, honorable members, go well. Your Excellencies, thank you very much for preparing and presenting here in the meeting today. God be with you. Thank you very much. The meeting is now paused.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable
Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you.